Just as a housekeeping exercise, I want to first wish everyone a good morning and remind the public that this meeting is being recorded. As we've done so in the past, we are using our remote collaborative technology to convene this meeting. In addition, we are enhancing our services as we've done in the past to include live streaming. In this case, the live streaming will be available through our website at massgaming.com. Given that we're convening remotely, I will do a roll call. Commissioner Cameron.
Good morning, everyone. I am here.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning. I'm here.
Commissioner Seneca.
Good morning. I'm here.
Great, and good morning, everyone. Before we start with our first item on the agenda, I'll call to order the meeting, which is, today is July 15th, 10 a.m., and it is number 349 of our public meetings. I wanted to share something before we get started. This is an article that I read in the New York Times, a guest essay written by the organizational psychologist, Dr. Adam Grant. Many of you have been following him during the pandemic. He's provided some very insightful, instrumental, and instructional guidance over the last 16 and a half months. And just a week ago, he published this essay that's entitled, "There's a Specific Kind of Joy We've Been Missing." I'll read just the first few paragraphs. In late June, over 15,000 vaccinated people packed in to watch the Foo Fighters reopen Madison Square Garden. When the band brought Dave Chappelle on stage to sing Radiohead song Creep, the audience erupted in the closest thing Dr. Grant had seen to rapture in a solid year and a half. No one cared that Mr. Chappelle was off key. They were all participating in an experience that was unimaginable just months earlier. One day they'll tell their grandchildren about that night when New York City came back to life and their favorite band performed another band song, and they tried to carry a tune with a legendary comic doing lead vocals. Most people view emotions as existing primarily or even exclusively in their heads. Happiness is considered a state of mind. Melancholy is a potential warning sign of mental illness. But the reality is that emotions are inherently social. They're woven through our interactions. Research has found that people laugh 5 times as often when they're with others as when they're alone. Even exchanging pleasantries with a stranger on a train is enough to spark joy. That's not to say you can't find delight in watching a show on Netflix. The problem is that binging is pretty much an individual pastime. Peak happiness lies mostly in collective activity. We find our greatest bliss in moments of collective effervescence. It's a concept coined in the early 20th century by the pioneering sociologist Emile Durkheim to describe the sense of energy and harmony people feel when they come together in a group around a shared purpose. Collective effervescence is synchrony you feel when you slide into rhythm with strangers on a dance floor, colleagues in a brainstorming session, cousins at a religious service, or teammates on a soccer field. And during this pandemic, it's been largely absent from our lives. Collective effervescence begins when joie de vivre spreads throughout a group. Before COVID, research showed that more than 3/4 of people found collective effervescence at least once a week, and almost a third experienced it at least once a day. They felt it when they sang in choruses and ran in races and in quieter moments of connection at coffee shops and in yoga classes. I've asked Executive Director Wells and a working group that includes Commissioners Cameron and O'Brien to begin regularly updating the Commission on a proposed plan and recommendations as the MGC returns to work at the office in September. No doubt that working group will be striving to strike just the right balance between the benefits of autonomy of working at home and the benefits of in-person collaboration and, yes, collective effervescence. Today, later in the agenda, we will hear that group's first update, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. With that, we'll get started with the minutes. Commissioner O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Included in the packet today were minutes from, I believe it's December 22nd, 2020. I believe everyone had a chance to look at them. I thank the legal team for getting those ready. And I would move that we approve the minutes, subject to any necessary changes for typographical errors or other ministerial matters.
Second.
Second that.
Thanks, Commissioner Cameron. Any questions or edits for that? I remember that was the emergency session that we convened over the particular executive order.
Right.
Okay. No questions. Very thorough. Thank you. Then we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Cameron?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Aye.
And I vote yes. 4-0. And good morning, Vivian. I know I saw you earlier. There you are. Thank you. Okay. We have a big agenda today, but nothing as big as our first item. I'm really excited that we've had a chance to celebrate Detective Captain Connors and his promotion in at least one external party. But today we've invited him, and we're so pleased that the state police are sharing him with us so that we can do a proper tribute. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So I think that we all are going to want to have a chance to give some remarks. But I thought we'd start with Executive Director Wells, if you will. And Brian, at any time you can interrupt us.
I will.
Good morning. And good morning, Detective Captain.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Good morning to you, Brian. So this morning, I really just wanted to, in particular, recognize two things with respect to Detective Captain Brian Connors. One is what he accomplished at the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, and two is how he accomplished all those things. The first part, the what, there's a long list. There's a lot of things as the commanding officer of the Gaming Enforcement Unit that he accomplished. Primarily, he was the first commanding officer of the Gaming Enforcement Unit. And building something from the ground up is not easy. Not everyone can be successful in a startup environment, but Brian really was. And he accomplished a lot of things while he was in that position. Notably, we did the background investigations for all of the applicants for the casino licensees. And for those who remember that period of time, we're talking about hundreds of qualifiers. It had an international reach, and it resulted in thousands of pages of reports. And Brian was the point person for the MSP part of those investigations, working with those consultants that we brought in for that monumental task. So that really is a feather in Brian's cap, because that was a huge, huge project, and he managed not only investigations he was working on, but others in his team as well. And the other piece that he did was establishing with his team the protocols for background investigations for the employees and the vendors that we license here at the Massachusetts Gaming Commission for the casinos in Massachusetts. And not only establishing those protocols, but overseeing thousands of those backgrounds investigations to date. So the volume in and of itself speaks a lot for him and his team that he brought in. And that in itself is a great accomplishment, but it's also how it was done, in that it was done with integrity, and those background investigations were thorough, and they also showed compassion and understanding for people that were trying to get jobs and for companies that were trying to get business. The other piece that Brian worked on, we opened 3 casinos safely and securely here in Massachusetts. These are large venues with not only a lot of people, but a lot of cash traveling across the floor. Both the openings and the operations have been successful from a public safety standpoint, and that's a really important piece of the Gaming Enforcement Unit's mission. I would like to also personally note his involvement in one of the most public and scrutinized investigations into corporate governance as it relates to sexual misconduct allegations. I am extremely grateful personally for his outstanding work on that investigation. So thank you, Brian, for everything you did. But with Brian, it's not just the what he accomplished, but it's also how he did it. Not only did he bring in the best team, and we all know that good leaders bring on good people. And he not only brought in really good people, but he always credited those people, and he always lifted them up and bolstered them and helped people that worked with him and for him within the Gaming Enforcement Unit and within the IEB. So that's the kind of leader that he is. And he also led by example. That's not only his hard work and his attention to detail, but also his personal integrity. Brian is one of the most, if not the most, honorable and decent police officers I've had the pleasure of working with over the last 25 years. And that decency permeates everything he does in his professional life. So I'd really like to congratulate Brian on his promotion. I'm confident he will do great things on the command staff at the Massachusetts State Police. They are lucky to have you, Brian. And I personally want to thank you for your many contributions to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. So thank you.
Good. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that.
So I think, Kathy, with Loretta, the
Yes,
next
we're
up?
going to have, yes, Director Wells would like to give a few words as well, and commissioners will have you follow. Thank you, Karen. Of course, many of us echo those exact remarks. Thank you. Loretta?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Detective Captain. Good morning, Brian. I have just a few words. Some years have passed since we first worked together at the District Attorney's Office, where my first impression of you, the way I first got to know you, was not through you in person, but rather it was through your written reports. And as a writer myself, I was duly impressed. And that first impression turned out to be true over the years and in new settings, especially this setting at the Gaming Commission. I have valued and come to rely on your thoroughness, your tireless dedication to the big picture and the details, and your dedication to truth and to fairness. I have also valued your ability to help me be a better attorney and identify and respond to legal issues and potential legal risks that you are able to do. And somehow you managed to do all of this with such good humor and collegiality and friendship. And I just thank you for all of that and wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you very much, Loretta.
Thank you, Director Lilios. I think probably we should turn to Commissioner Cameron. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody. Lots of nice words said by our leadership team, former leadership team and present leadership team with the IEB, who worked intimately with Brian. I can echo all of those things, but I won't repeat them all. I did have a chance to speak to Brian personally at a little get together, which was really nice too. But I just a couple things, going back to the early days, it was so important to me. I was brought into this commission to really make sure we did things the right way with integrity. We brought in the right licensees. That was clearly laid out to me by our former AG, what the expectations were. And I knew State Police would play. It's important to me who came on board. So lucky for us that Brian Connors was the leader of that team. Very fortunate for us, and it was just a treat. He's stuck in a little office, which State Police lieutenants are usually not, with another lieutenant, with Kevin, and So that was, but they didn't blink an eye. That didn't matter to them. They understood the mission and clearly wanted to get the job done. So I'm just so proud of, from the early days on, all the trips to Macau. I was, Brian, frankly, was not going to be stonewalled over there without answers. It took multiple trips to make sure that operation over there was clean and that we could accept licensees here in the Commonwealth. But that was tenacious, but done with professionalism. It just won't take no for an answer, but also will treat you with great respect and dignity. So that was so impressive to me in the early days. The calm demeanor as a leader. I could go on and on, but I just mostly are very grateful. And the team that we have assembled here is something I've been proud of from day one and watched closely, because I've seen other agencies that quite frankly didn't do it as well. So I just, we have set the tone, we have a structure in place now, and much of that is due to Detective Captain Connors, and that is the legacy of this commission, to be smart, professional regulators, and that starts with the investigations. That's the first face that people see, right? They're nervous. They've never been scrutinized like this before, whether that be a top executive, frankly, who may have been through it before and now end up with a license and don't, their interaction with the state police is something they may need. So professional and so helpful to everyone along the line. I couldn't be prouder. It is our loss, but it is certainly state police, as Executive Director Wells mentioned, it's the leadership team's gain. I mean, they will have a new leader there at headquarters with integrity, with ideas, and just, I think, be such an asset to that team. But I just want to thank Brian, you one more time. Thank you for what you've done for us. I know you thank your whole team, but you brought in that team. So it's your leadership that I'm grateful for. Thanks again.
Thank you, Gail.
So nice, Commissioner. Commissioner Zuniga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I remember the first hearing that we had in one of our surrounding community of the proponents of the slots parlor. I remember Janice telling me that the state police would meet us there. And I also remember thinking, well, is that absolutely necessary? And you only have to fast forward a couple of hours for me to be thinking, I am so glad that they're here. Some of you remember the details of those hearings, and I don't want to give the impression that that hearing in particular was about to get out of control or would have gotten out of control if they weren't there. But the work that the GEU and Brian do at events like that is great and allows for things like that to go smoothly. I'm talking about those hearings, the regular public meetings, of course, all the work that's been mentioned by Karen and Commissioner Cameron relative to the investigations, relative to the presence at the casinos. Unfortunately, when things go smoothly, all of that work tends to go unnoticed. But we notice, we know, Brian, that there's a lot of work, a lot of important due diligence that goes behind a lot of what we do. It is especially true for the IEB and the state police, but I know it's also true for other units of the Gaming Commission. Things going smoothly is really important, and that is really possible because of all the work that you do. I also suspect, as others have mentioned, that Brian will be a little modest and thank his team, but starting up, bringing people, mentoring them, guiding, supervising, is really a testament to the work that he has done. He leaves a great team behind, the protocols, the workflows, the detailed work that he did and help set up over here, I think is worth recognizing and, of course, taking credit for that, Brian. Brian has the utmost integrity, tremendous dedication to his work and his team, great respect to everyone that we deal with. That, of course, means licensees, employees, casino patrons, stakeholders, the public, us. His steady, thoughtful leadership and calm demeanor were a tremendous asset for this organization, continue to be an asset for the Commonwealth. And we are also fortunate for the team that he assembled and now leaves in the hands of Mike Banks. Thank you for having our backs, Brian. I mean that literally and figuratively. We'll miss you and all the best.
Thank you, Enrique. Greatly appreciate that. We are kind of like an umpire that nobody really notices if they do a good game, but if they blow it, then you get noticed. So I appreciate that recognition.
Really nice. Commissioner O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I likewise had the opportunity to say some of these comments at the sort of private send-off that we had a couple of weeks ago, but like Loretta, my first exposure to Brian was as a prosecutor, where I think, I finally got outed as the one who calls him Super Cop all these years for having that combination of incredible writing skills and diligence and the demeanor and the composure to not only get his job done, but to take the rest of us along for the ride. Because as you can imagine, not only what you guys experienced with, crowd control and that circumstance, that my experience was also just, me sometimes being the person who needed the steady hand to get through a trial or a motion or an investigation. And speaking from personal experience, I know that there's nobody better to have by your side than Brian in one of those moments. I think that the promotion is, well-deserved. I think, as I said before, I'll say again, I don't think it's the last time we're going to hear about a promotion for Brian through the ranks at MSP. And I would look forward to it for his part and for the sake of the Commonwealth. And we will miss you, Brian, but I'm sure we'll cross paths again. And I'm sure you'll take the skills that I've seen over the years with you. I know that your presence here was comfort to me and part of the factor in my willingness to consider coming here when I was asked to consider it 3 years ago. And I know that the people that you're going to be supervising, as well as the people that you left with Mike Banks here, benefit from everything that you've done and continue to do. So we miss you already, and I wish you luck again.
Thank you, Eileen.
Well, Detective Captain, is your new office comfortable enough for you?
Well, I'm actually sitting in the Gaming Commission office. I'm in the IEB conference room, so.
That's actually what I thought.
Yeah, no. It's a change. Let's put it that way. So, but no, I came in just to make sure I had the connectivity and everything. So I actually get in the building okay, so I'm good. They haven't shut me out yet. So
that's
no,
good.
All good.
Well, I don't have much to add. I also got to pass along my sentiments to you, both personally in our private meeting, and then also at the send-off, which really wasn't such a nice gathering, and it really showed the, just the breadth of the appreciation that your former colleagues, current colleagues, and now some of your new colleagues have toward you. I mentioned that for me, when I was asked to come to the commission, I knew that our responsibility was to preserve the integrity of gaming in the Commonwealth. And when I got to meet you, I had already learned, just exactly who you were and your long historied reputation. But I could see immediately that you respected that mission in the highest form, and that you were going to follow through with that mission. And of course, that's what we saw. You also just showed such great respect toward me, which I appreciated so much, and I could see toward all of your colleagues. I also liked your sense of humor, your kindness, and your fairness. I'm particularly pleased because I know that these promotions happen, that the good ones go, but I knew too that you were going to be such a mentor for your colleagues and that now we're in very good hands for Captain Banks. And so for that, we are very thankful. And I have something to read.
Excellent.
But I do want to say, Brian, that I do also miss you already. So thank you. Our fellow colleagues, most of you have decided today not to put your video on. I don't really care if you didn't wash your hair. But before we turn to the document, I would love it if you could turn on your videos to honor Detective Captain Connors. Thank you so much. And what we'll do is I'll read the certificate, but stay on, please. That would be really meaningful. There we go. Thank you, Austin. So this was presented in person to Detective Captain Connors on the first day of July. Massachusetts Gaming Commission proudly presents a Distinguished Service Award to Detective Captain Brian Connors in grateful appreciation for his distinguished service to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission as the commanding officer of the Gaming Enforcement Unit of the Massachusetts State Police from November 2012 to June 2021. As a founding leader of the Gaming Enforcement Unit, Detective Captain Connors successfully oversaw multiple international suitability investigations of casino applicants, established investigatory protocols for individual and entity gaming licensure, and ensured the safe and secure openings and operations, and I must add closures of the 3 gaming establishments in Massachusetts. I should say temporary closures or suspensions of operations. That was a major feat. He led with unparalleled integrity and professionalism and worked tirelessly to uphold the values of the Commission and to protect the citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The MGC extends its heartfelt gratitude for Detective Captain Connors' immeasurable contributions, consummate professionalism, and admirable dedication to public service. His decency, friendship, and humor will always be remembered. From all the commissioners and the entire MGC team. And Austin, if you could now take down the certificate. Let's give a round of applause. Everyone take your audio off. Unmute.
BC.
And I think maybe a few standing O's. I'm standing. Thank you, Brian. Would you like to talk with the team here now that you can see all their beautiful faces?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I appreciate the time, and I'm certainly humbled by the words spoken both at the gathering previously and today. I particularly, obviously, I respect and have a great deal of admiration for everybody who has spoken, every commissioner, and Karen and Loretta. I value their friendship probably most of all than anything. So I'm humbled by the words today, and I appreciate everybody joining in. I'm glad to see that Burke dressed for the occasion in his best shirt, his best T-shirt. Appreciate that. But it's great to see. It's great to see everybody, and I'll be brief. I know you've got a very big agenda today, and again, I do appreciate it. And I think each of you have probably hit on something that I will talk a little bit about is that I will sort of defer to the people that have been around me as far as the accomplishments. And as I'd mentioned before, when it's mentioned that I did this and I did that and I did this and I did that, it's actually really the team that does it, and even specific individuals, especially from the get-go, as Commissioner Cameron reminded me, as with Kevin Condon and I coming in November of 2012, being jammed into a very small office, but it was okay. We finally got out of 84 State Street and we found some comfy confines. But working with Kevin directly as we built this unit, and again, we took a very simple recipe, as I know I can draw parallels to the Gaming Commission and their staff, is you surround yourself with good people, the best people that you can find. And I was very fortunate to be able to do that over the years, especially at the outset. And I could spend an hour or two going down the list of people that have crossed my path and come in and work together with us over the years, both on the GEU side and on the Gaming Commission side. I don't want to take up a lot of time, and I will miss people, but there are a few people that I just want to at least give a shout out to, just an acknowledgement, because they were so instrumental, particularly early on.
You take your time.
Yep. No, I will. I'll be mindful of the time though. But
No, take all the time you want.
But obviously, Gina Joyce recently retired detective lieutenant, and in her work with myself and Kevin early on, and she really framed a lot of the work on the licensing, on the backgrounds and the protocols and things like that. And then followed by one other person I'd really like to thank is Tim Babin, detective lieutenant now at the Attorney General's office, running his own show up there. Tim was the unit commander, or the officer in charge of Plain Ridge, MGM, and Encore after having been in the Boston office doing backgrounds, and that's pretty unparalleled. Where he opened up 3 casinos, and I relied on him tremendously to do that. So it is true that you rely on the people that are around you, and you surround yourself with people. And that carries down to here in the Boston office, the racing division, the 3 casinos. And I've always had, even with turnover and change, I've always had tremendous people, the lieutenants, sergeants, the troopers, the detectives, and the officers from the local police departments. It's not a cliche, but it's a reality that it really is a team effort. When you put those in place and you cross your fingers and you hope that things are running as smoothly as you can. I don't think we got everything right, but I think we got a lot of it right. And we still are developing as a unit and in collaboration with the Gaming Commission and the IEB. I'm proud of where the GEU is today. And I'm certainly proud of the relationships that I've had with the Gaming Commission employees and across the commission itself and across the agency. Those friendships are invaluable, and they're the best part of working here. Working at any place, it's really about the relationships and the friendships. I do want to thank the commissioners specifically, and it goes back to the days the original chairman with Steve Crosby, Judge McHugh, Judge McDonald, Bruce Stebbins, and the commissioners today. I've had a front row seat to see how you, over the years and the hundreds of public meetings, and to see in some trying times, some very stressful times, and to see how everybody interacted. And I learned quite a bit from watching each of you, the decision-making process, the back and forth. It's a very difficult situation. So I learned a lot from you, and I'm greatly appreciative of that. And most importantly, the support and the direction you've given me and our staff over the years. It's been truly appreciated, never taken for granted. I know that you held us to some high standards, and you expected that, and I think we've lived up to that. I've had, like I said, that front row seat. And I think with the Gaming Commission, you have a tremendous reputation nationwide and internationally. You've got a lot of things right, and I think that you are the gold standard for how regulatory oversight works. And I've been honored and privileged to be a part of that, but also to sort of be an observer of all of that. You also surrounded yourself. You took that recipe and you made it work for yourself with the people that you surrounded yourself with. And again, there are dozens and dozens of people over the years that I could point to, but the people that I worked closely with obviously are Loretta Lilios within the IEB, and I do want to give a shout out to my Jersey boys, Burt Kane and Bruce Band. probably one of the best aspects of working here and getting to be around those guys and learn from them. An industry that I had really no clue as to some of the backstory on, and being around Bruce and Burke. So I value their input, their direction to me, but again, most importantly, their friendship and having those laughs over the years. That's one of the best takeaways here. The executive directors, the support that we had from them, from Ed Bedrosian, and now to Karen, and then Karen working in the IEB, and we've had a lot of work together and to form this agency. And she is one of those people that I absolutely relied on 100%. And she came with the experience from the state police side of the house, having some knowledge of that, which is very helpful. And also a sounding board to bounce things off of and ask certain things and try and get some clarity on things. She's a true supporter, but also someone that I relied on, especially during some of those investigations. She was an incredible investigator and things that I may not have seen, and she came from a perspective that really helped the investigations go along. So the Gaming Commission, the agency itself, the IEB in particular, just like I think the GEU is in excellent hands. The Gaming Commission and all the employees should be very proud of where this agency has come from and where it is today. I do believe you're the gold standard even within the Commonwealth as far as state agencies go. And seeing that built from the ground up and being part of that is probably one of the highlights of my career. And I'm grateful for that opportunity. And just with that, with the developments also as far as the gaming enforcement unit goes, I couldn't be prouder of and have a very high level of comfort to turn the reins over to Captain Mike Banks. I've known Mike a long time from a homicide investigator, and he spent a lot of time here and worked up through the ranks within the GEU, and has certainly earned this opportunity. And I am very excited to see where Mike takes this. I think it's a great time to have a new set of eyes at the helm to maybe tweak things, make things better. Like I said, I think we've got a lot of things right, but there's probably room for some improvement here. And I know that under Mike's leadership and having some fantastic lieutenants, sergeants, and unit members, that this unit will go even further and work hand in hand with the IEB. So, but my demise is a little premature, as I do still have in my current role, I still do have gaming enforcement in my pipeline, in my chain of command. So I am certainly here to assist Mike in any way and the team in any way, and I will advocate for the team. That's still part of my current assignment, and I still hope to be very much involved in all things gaming. So I hope to see everybody as they get back out and things start to come back to normal and normalize. And I hope to see everybody in the future and maybe raise a glass together at some point and put this whole pandemic behind us. But so just in closing, I thank you very much for the kind words. It's been a fantastic run, something I'll always cherish. But again, I'll be around, and you'll know where to find me. But so thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. It's great seeing you. It would be best if we could see you in real life. Thank you for taking the time today to join us virtually. And I think I'm hearing some kind of a suggestion of future collective effervescence. So would be happy to share that glass with you. And I'm sure everybody present today and those who couldn't make it today would join you. We look forward to celebrating all that you spoke of. And that includes, of course, your team members. But most of all, I wish you, and we wish you the very, very best in your new position. We know that you're going to be so successful, as Commissioner Cameron suggested and stated that, it really is our loss, but the state police gain. All good things need to be shared. And we are happy to share you, your talents, your integrity with the state police and on behalf of the entire Commonwealth. I wish you the very, very, very best of luck and wish you to be safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our meeting today.
Yeah.
Actually, we have such an exciting agenda, a lot of excellent work that's been done. So but we do want to be cognizant of time. We're going to start now with our administrative update. Executive Director Wells, thanks.
The first item on the administrative update is the on-site casino update. So I'm going to turn that over to Director Lilios and Assistant Director Band to give you an update on what's going on site.
Good morning again, Loretta.
Hi, thanks, and good morning again. So the update today is that across all 3 properties, the licensees are continuing to maintain the enhanced cleaning protocols that they had put into place for both front and back of the house. Also, Encore and MGM are continuing to require employees to wear masks if they have not presented confirmation of full vaccination. And PPC, consistent with the plan it submitted, is asking employees to follow the DPH and CDC's guidelines of wearing masks if they have not been fully vaccinated, and they're continuing to offer incentive cards to employees who do provide proof of vaccination. At Encore, which has shuttles, they are requiring patrons consistent with DPH, are requiring patrons and employees to wear masks on the transportation amenities. The vaccine site at Encore closed on July 2nd. However, Encore is continuing its relationship with, I believe it was the Cambridge Health Alliance, and if, for instance, if boosters are recommended, it's expected that the site will return to, in the least, be available to vaccinate employees. Despite having a number of outdoor events planned, many of the outdoor events at Encore have been canceled due to the rain, but there are plans, weather permitting, for them to continue. MGM opened its pool to hotel guests last weekend. They made an adjustment in their back of the house employee dining room where the meal that had been at a reduced rate per shift for each employee is now free for employees. And they are partnering with the Western Mass News in a food drive event to take place at the end of the month to raise food items for local food pantries. At PPC, despite the weather, their new outdoor patio space has continued to be a success, where they are partnering with a local brewery, 67 Degrees, and that has continued to be a success for them. That brewery it is a minority and veteran-owned business. They are still in the process for hiring for Fluties. That restaurant, establishment is not open yet. There is no opening date set, but they are in the hiring process. Those are my prepared remarks. I know that Bruce is prepared to talk more on the gaming COVID-related side, and I believe I saw him on the call already.
Yes. As far as casino operations go, all 3 properties continue to forge ahead with casino operations with no issues to report. I will report casino complaint-wise, poker complaints tend to forge ahead. The last couple of weeks, they have really increased. Basically, people saying that if the 2 properties aren't going to offer poker, we should establish poker parlors, which we explain the statute doesn't allow for. So those complaints have increased tenfold in the last 2 weeks.
Any questions for Loretta or Bruce? Commissioner Zuniga, you all set? Commissioner Cameron?
Yep, I don't have a question as much as a comment. Very nice of MGM to be considerate to their employees and offer a free meal in light of the pandemic. And just, I guess I do have one question for Director Band. So people would love to play poker, but the casinos are not choosing to offer at this point because it's, is there a reason for that?
Basically, both casinos have put on their websites that they will make the decision no later than December 31st with it.
I see.
I think both of them are actually waiting to see what happens with sports betting and, with space and gaming kind of forging ahead. It's kind of a wait and see for both properties, I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Cameron, as a follow-up, with respect to poker and the amenities of each licensee overall, I have asked legal to just look into the background on that as the casinos ramp up post-COVID. So I think you've raised the right question and why we've seen that posting. I think that Director Band's report just probably shed some light on why we probably should pursue a few questions down the road. So stay tuned. Commissioner Zuniga, do you want to add or no?
Yeah, I think that's something that we might want to hear in more detail at a future meeting from the licensees, perhaps a little bit more on the rationale. I suspect there's a cost benefit to, changing the floor layout and changing it back again, like they had to do out of necessity for COVID-related reasons, and some uncertainty relative to whether that has to change again. But I would be very curious to see what they have to say, perhaps at a future quarterly report or what have you, as to plans or other things. Clearly, if the public is asking for it, and that was something that was initially promised as an option, is something that's worth inquiring.
Yeah, so I think we can look at that topic generally, Karen, at our next agenda setting meeting to see how we can best address just these ramping up issues. Particularly given that Director Band, today confirmed what I think some of us were suspecting individually, but that poker demand is rising. So, so we'll discuss it in legal. I see General Counsel Grossman is on board. We'll see and perhaps coordinate with Chief Delaney, as to how we get these updates in the best, most efficient fashion. Right, thanks, Bruce.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions for Loretta on her side of the house? No, thank you for the thorough report. And again, it is generous that they're providing the lunch, really.
And that's consistent with Encore's program as well. And at PPC, although they do not have an employee dining room, I believe there are, discounted options for their employees as well.
Thank you for the update. Okay, Karen?
Okay, so the next item is the MGC return to work update. And I'm going to focus on the return to the Boston office because, as we know, the MSP, the gaming agents, and the racing team, they have been working on site through the pandemic. But our Boston office, we have had limited access to because of safety concerns due to the pandemic. So we, as the chair had mentioned earlier, we do have a working group that's been meeting to discuss our return to the Boston office. And we've been looking at not only what other state agencies are doing, and in particular, we're looking at the executive branch and what the executive branch is doing for agencies and looking for best practices there. But we're also looking at other publicly available information for best practices on working in general after the pandemic. And you may have all recognized there's been a lot of discussion on this, both in the media and even with friends and family, just discussing how is this going to work. And you talk to people that work in the public and the private sector, and it's an ongoing conversation about how is this going to work and what is this going to look like. So currently, the proposed plan is to return to the Boston office. I think we're starting September 13th. We talked about doing it the day after Labor Day, but there is a potential holiday in the mix there. So we thought the Monday the 13th, and in a hybrid model. Now, the opportunity for staff is there to come in as many days as individuals may want, because there may be folks that it's hard to work at home. They may not have the right either set up at home, or it may not be just conducive to working. They may want to be in the office. We do want to open the office up to people that want to be working there. But that also we'd offer do a test period between that date in September through the end of December to do a hybrid model. So staff would have the opportunity to work a certain number of days at home, so that we can see how does this hybrid model work. A lot of state agencies are doing this, a lot of private sector agencies are doing this. So this period should give us a lot of information about how does this work, what works well, what doesn't work well, and what's the best opportunities for the Gaming Commission going forward. So my expectation is that at the next meeting, so that's July 29th, we'll have more detail on a proposal with specifics and potentially even a telework policy for the Commission to consider. That's where we are right now. And as I mentioned, during this trial period, we'll be working on an evaluation of the effectiveness of the hybrid model and come up with plans for the future. So we certainly will be looking for feedback from not only managers, but also the team members that we have here that are working, and how this is working for them, and look at productivity, managing productivity. How does this work? And part of that is also looking at IT solutions, because as we have all learned, you're all here on this HD meeting, that technology has become vitally important to effective working in the pandemic, and I expect it's going to be vitally important going forward. So we're looking at, how to utilize technology the most effectively in a hybrid working model. And one thing that we're going to be doing over the next couple of months before we open is to do some testing. And we have teams that are going to be doing some testing. We would like to include the commissioners in that testing and see how things work, to see, how does it feel? What's the interaction? What are the pluses? What are the minuses? And I think Katrina's on right now and can give you a little more detail of what we're looking at as far as technology solutions for how to work effectively in a hybrid model. So I'll turn over to Katrina just to give you a little update on that.
Thank you, Director Wells. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm happy to report
Good
that
morning.
the ITS team, in concert with our digital communications coordinator, Austin Bumpus, have been researching and analyzing hybrid options for our public and internal team meetings. Thanks to Austin's recommendation, we begin testing of the OWL, so as in the bird, OWL camera solution for consideration by the Commission next week. Now, the OWL Pro camera works like any webcam in the way it integrates with our current platform hardware. It can also perform 360-degree views and audio, auto zoom on the speaker in the room, and has an 18-foot audio pickup radius. So our initial testing, once it's complete, we will invite the commissioners and Director Wells and some other personnel to do further testing and dry runs to ensure efficacy and comfort.
Okay. Thank you, Katrina. So that's where we are right now. So, I certainly want to open this up. If any commissioners have any questions, this is an opportunity with all the commissioners together to, interact and either ask me any questions, or if you have any comments, or if there's anything you'd like this team to look at, or any ideas on this, we are certainly open to however you'd like us to move forward at this point. And so I'll open that up if anyone has any questions or concerns.
Commissioners, Commissioner Zuniga, why don't we go with your question, because you're not part of this working group.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate the update. Perhaps a comment slash question. I look forward. I think it's the appropriate thing to do. This test period, as you articulate. I imagine that just given the situation that we are in or can expect to be in around September, that whatever policy we come up with would by necessity have to be flexible given different circumstances for different people.
Right.
I mean, that's something that everybody can agree, but what additional thoughts relative to that sort of necessary flexibility can you say at this point, or can we learn about later?
Well, there's a couple pieces. So one is taking care of individuals. So different individuals that work in our office may have different health concerns, different issues. And I think we have been messaging, we're trying to do this through town halls and through the managers, that that we really want to hear what works for people, because we don't want people being in any kind of jeopardy by returning to work. So we need to be flexible in that respect. And we have, open lines of communication with HR and through managers. So if anyone has concerns or if there are special considerations we need to take into account, we will need to do that. And then on the other side of things, or operationally, yeah, we will need to be flexible, because something may not work and we may need to make some changes, because this is uncharted territory and we are going into a situation that we haven't done before, that we've done the in office and we've done the full remote, but this hybrid is new. So, knowing that there are probably going to be some challenges, and we've got some advice from a senior member of the leadership team at the executive office that, you're probably not going to get it right off the bat. There are going to have to be some adaptations to make things work the best, and that's okay. So that was really helpful advice, because we have to be cognizant that we're learning as we go, and it's not as if any of us are experts on hybrid working right now, and we're going to learn from that and learn how to move forward as an agency. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's sort of the thinking.
Yeah, very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Cameron, you want to add to anything that Karen reported on?
I think she gave a good description. The only thing I can add is that the team has been very thoughtful and really tried to consider every single option, possibility, concern in these working group meetings. So, everything is on the table, everything is being considered, and the team should feel like, look, we're looking out for every possible scenario here, and want this to be a positive experience for everybody coming back to work. So that is the underlying, feeling of the working group, how this, we want it to be successful, we want it to be positive, we want people to feel safe in the workplace. And as you point out, Madam Chair, make it as much of an enjoyable experience as we can. I don't think we can match the concert goers with the with how they feel about that experience, but I think we can be very cognizant of how to make it a good place to work.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner O'Brien?
Nothing to add really, other than to reiterate, I joined the working group this past week actually, for the first time. And I would agree that the level of thought that's already gone into things, even before sort of the governor issuing, the report, that's going to be maybe a little more helpful with some guidance. But I feel like the team's really thought through a lot of this already in terms of not only the agency as a whole, but individuals who might need, thought in terms of how we go back. So it's a work in progress, but I think that this team has already done a tremendous amount of work getting there.
Yeah, and I just want to thank everyone for their work and their continued efforts. Karen, I don't know if at the next meeting you'll be able to update or report on not only the IT enhancements, but also just any physical layout and alternatives that will be made, maybe an update about the lease. to the extent we're able to do that publicly. Commissioner Zuniga, I think you're nodding your head that that's probably important for us to all have an awareness of our current leasing arrangement.
Yeah.
So just the physical space, returning to work at the office. And then I suppose that also might have implications for those who, if there's a hybrid arrangement, what does that mean for equipment, et cetera, at home? I think probably we should have clarity around those expectations too. So thank you for all the great work. Appreciate it. And yeah, the McKinsey report is timely, and certainly we can draw from it. So great.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And we'll keep this on like we had on the COVID update. I think we'll keep the COVID update for a while too, from Director Lilios and Director Ban, and then we'll go with the updates through September. Thanks so much.
Great.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Zuniga, how are you doing? Good, thanks. All right, that concludes item number 4. We're going to move on now to a couple of exciting reports from Director Vanderlyn. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, we do have a couple of exciting agenda items for you this morning. The first is a quarterly update of GameSense operations at our 3 casinos. I'm joined by Tori Laria. I believe he is, I don't see him on, but I believe he's here. Tori is a GameSense advisor, as well as, there's Tori. Hi, Tori. As well as Phil Sherwood, who is the Director of Communications and Marketing for the Mass Council on Gaming and Health, and Chelsea Turner, who is Director of Responsible Gaming for the Mass Council, and who directly oversees the operations at all 3 casinos. Before I turn it over to Chelsea to really kick it off, just to remind commissioners, remind the audience that GameSense is an important operation, an important function of the Gaming Commission. It's grounded in Chapter 23K, specifically 23K Section 21, that requires that operators provide an on-site space for an independent substance abuse, compulsive gambling, mental health counseling service established, as well as an established training program at each of the casinos to examine and intervene when necessary on issues around problem gambling. I believe that the GameSense program embodies this requirement, and as it has for the past several years. This is a program that continues to evolve as we learn more, more about problem gambling, more about how to promote safe levels of gambling. And so some of that is captured here today and will be captured in future quarterly reports. So without further ado, I will go ahead and turn it over to Chelsea.
Thanks so much, Mark. Really appreciate the warm introduction, and good day or late morning, Madam Chairwoman, fellow commissioners, and other interested attendees. We're really excited to be here today and have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what GameSense has been up to this past quarter. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And can folks see that? If I share the screen, can you see?
Not quite yet.
Okay, hold on. Can you see it now?
Not quite.
Chelsea, I could also turn it over and pick it up.
Okay, let me, Mark, send you just the very final version very quickly. Sorry. We actually tested this, so I apologize, everyone.
I will vouch for that. We actually did it.
Yeah, we don't worry about these technical issues.
Okay, Chelsea, I'm still waiting for the
Yep,
email.
it's coming. Sorry, 1 second.
And commissioners, as I wait for Chelsea's email to come in, we did do a dry run of this yesterday. There was some difficulty we were having with, there was a video embedded. And so there's a slight revision to the PowerPoint that you'll see today versus what was released in your packet earlier.
Yeah, maybe when you come across that, just remind us, because we do have our packets in front of us as well.
Yeah, sorry, Mark, I can't send it to you because it's too big. I'm a little unsure of what I should do at this point. Sorry.
I can go through with the with the slide deck that you have.
That's fine. That works.
Yeah. I see Bill giving the thumbs up with that.
Thank you.
Great. And then what you can do is just verbally update us on any correction.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen now?
All set.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. So if we go to just the first slide that talks about today's topics, the things that we want to touch on today are just a little bit about the numbers, the interaction highlights from this last quarter. There's two specific things we want to talk about relating to VSE. One is the new software that the MGC is working on, and another project that we did with Cambridge Health Alliance. Lots of new GameSense activities happening, so we wanted to showcase those and maybe do a little quick trivia test with some of you today to have a little bit of fun. Talk about Play My Way and the expansion of Play My Way very briefly to MGM. Cover our GameSense Excellent Awards, which are the awards that recognize casino employees for going above and beyond when it comes to responsible gambling. Then at that point in time, Phil Sherwood will talk about our communications efforts, how he is continuously figuring out ways to make our dollars stretch further, particularly in the digital space. I'll talk about some of our community outreach efforts, which has been really nice in the last quarter because folks actually want in-person presentations and want us to come out and visit them again. Some new exciting staffing updates and a few things that we're excited to share about what's on the horizon. So first, if we go to the interaction highlights, one of the things I'm trying to do is really sort of look at the data in a way that we can have some analysis. So, you know, if you look at the larger quarterly report that I do that's in writing, you're going to see the numbers laid out month over month over month. But for purposes of today's presentation, I just wanted to sort of call out some of the general things that we're seeing. So if you look at our interaction numbers for the last quarter, you can see at EBH we had simple interactions, which are, you know, sort of the easiest things like, you know, where can I get a cup of coffee, that kind of thing, to the demonstrations and exchanges, which are really where the media interactions are happening. We're talking about GameSense, we're talking about responsible gambling, and a demonstration uses a kiosk or a brochure to do that, where an exchange doesn't. An exchange could use a table game or a slot machine. And then casino-related interactions are things like, you know, they might have questions about the promotions that are happening at the casinos, that sort of thing. So if you look at, I basically tried to take the last, I took out March because it skews things. So if you look at what the rolling 3-month averages were, and it was higher than the December to February quarter. So that's what we want to see. We want to see that our interaction numbers are continuing to rise over time. Now that's not unexpected, in part because, you know, the casinos hours expanded and so forth, but the GameSense centers, with the exception of EBH, also closed down at 1 o'clock. So what is really good here is that the numbers are trending upwards when, you know, we're all happy to see folks going back to the casinos in a safe way. So that's a really good thing. The second thing, if you look down to sort of the second main bullet point under each property, is the VSC numbers. and you're going to see that we're getting more VSEs. Now, again, not surprising. On the one hand, that's a good thing because that's one of the most critical reasons why we're at the properties is to try to, to conduct those VSEs and hopefully try to link folks to appropriate services. So if you look at those numbers, you'll see that we had the highest number of VSEs this past quarter at EBH, tied for the second number of VSEs at MGM, and the second highest quarter at PPC. And what's really, I think, kind of more interesting and not called out on this slide is that we have had 11, since January, we had 11 VSEs that occurred during the overnight shift, and we had 21 remote VSEs. So overall, in the last quarter, 91 VSEs, which is significant. The other thing I just wanted to talk about briefly is one of the things that popped out at me when I was looking at the data was how high our raffle numbers were at MGM. Typically, you're going to see the highest numbers at Encore, followed by MGM and PPC, and that just logically makes sense, right? Because of the traffic and the size of each of those properties. But MGM really had super high raffle numbers, and that's continuing to trend in that direction. And I think one of the things as we talk about it internally, one of the reasons for it is honestly, they have a really good center and a really good location to sort of conduct and exchange some of these, to conduct some of these activities. At EBH, it's still, the traffic flow is still exit only. And when folks are exiting, they tend to be less inclined to stop and talk or to want to necessarily engage in some type of educational activity. So that's something we're hoping to talk to Encore about is there hopefully an opportunity in the future where that can return to an entry and exit area. But again, really good numbers overall, I think, and we're certainly reaching a lot of folks. Next slide, Mark. So two of the things we're working on in relation to VSEs are, one, we're helping to support the Gaming Commission on some really phenomenal work they have done, their IT team has done, and Mark and Teresa, on creating a new software platform for our VSEs. And this has been a significant undertaking by the Gaming Commission, and the GameSense advisors and myself are trying to help to support those efforts by helping with some of the testing before we go to launch to make sure everything's working well. And I think everybody's really excited. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but that everybody's really excited about the new platform. It's much simpler and sleeker, but includes all the same important information that we need to include. And the one great thing is I think it's going to eliminate a lot of the small errors that would happen when we would transfer data from the GameSense team to the Gaming Commission, and that some of that is natural, but this sort of automates some of those things. So we're really thrilled about this and can't wait for when it gets launched. The second project was we did a small project with the Cambridge Health Alliance where they're creating basically a video library of trainings, and they wanted to do something on VSEs. So they did an interview with one of our GameSense advisors, Josh Molyneux from the Encore property. And they, asked him questions about, what is a VSE? But really more importantly, if you're a clinician, how can you sign up to be a designated agent? So that we did that project in May and June, and that's completed, and really happy about how that turned out. Next slide. So I love this picture here. In this picture, you see Aisha Shambly and Ellen Lewis from the MGM GameSense team, and in the background you see the big monitor that MGM nicely gave us, in partly because of the pandemic, and now we're continuing to use because it's become such a great tool. And so you can see actually the 4th of July quiz that we created in the background behind them, and you see folks engaging with them about some fun questions. So we're continuing to create new activities in different ways to interact with patrons. And one of the things that we're doing is we're creating our own sort of library of activities. So So the goal is that, you know, over time, we're going to have over 100 different activities that you can pull from that you might have to upcycle if there was something that was timely, but that you can pull from and that are seasonal and timely and relevant to whoever the patrons or casino staff are that are taking them. So these are just some samplings of, these are brand new activities that we did this last quarter. We did one on spring. We did one on Derby Day, Cinco de Mayo, Memorial Day, Pride Month, the Chinese Dragon Boat Festival, college athletes and gambling, 4th of July, ice cream, scenarios, and harness racing. So if you'll indulge me for a couple minutes, I just wanted to give you a brief sampling of 3 questions from 3 different quizzes. And the reason I want to show these to you is because we're not just doing this silly quiz about ice cream, for example. We tie everything back to responsible gambling. So we're trying to educate folks in a way that is relatable to me, that's a little bit light, but also gets a very important message across, and also wants to make them come back. Oh, I had this really fun exchange at the GameSense Center the last time I was here. How can I come back and do it again? And for folks that are regulars, those are the folks we really want to connect with. And so we want to keep things new and fresh and always have something different for them to see when they visit. So this was one of the questions that we asked on our Pride Month quiz. And the question is, what MLB team will be the first to incorporate their Pride logo onto their uniforms during Pride Month 2021, which is Pride Month was in June. So the answers are New York Yankees, Los Angeles Dodgers, the Red Sox, or the San Francisco Giants. And if you flip to the next slide, Mark, the answer is San Francisco. So the cool thing about this is actually San Francisco was the first, but tons of MLB teams followed, and even a lot of like the AA and AAA teams followed. But so this is a fun, light way to engage folks. And then if you look at the GameSense tip, every single question that we ask includes a GameSense tip. And the GameSense tip is, GameSense is an ally to all individuals who choose to gamble. Our goal is to create a safe space for people to learn, make informed choices, and receive any help or information they need without stigma or judgment. So it's an important thing for a nice, easy way for us to connect with them. You know, this I think appeals to younger generation, baseball fans, the LGBTQ plus community. And so that's a sample of one of the quizzes from that, one of the questions from that quiz. So next slide. This was our Dragon Boat quiz, and this was designed by Chris, who's at EBH, and he is one of our Asian GSAs and speaks Mandarin. And so the Dragon Boat Festival is a big thing in the Asian community. And this year it was during the month of June. And this particular question is, there are 2 non-paddling positions in a dragon boat, unlike in what we think of like traditional rowing with a coxman or coxwoman. And what are they? So you see the answers below, A, B, C, and D. And the answer is, if you go to the next slide, Mark, the answer is C, drummer and sweep. The drummer assists paddlers to keep in time, and the sweeper steerer has the job of keeping the boat in a straight line, which is not always easy. And the GameSense tip here is know how the games work and your odds of winning before you start to play, right? And so this particular quiz is designed more for the EBH facility. Folks that are from the Asian community might be, hopefully will appeal to them, because it's something that hopefully some of these questions are easier than they were for me when I first took Chris's quiz. And then, you know, again, it's timely, it's relatable, it's happening in July, and it's relevant to the folks, a lot of the patrons that frequent EBH. And then the last sample. So this was the ice cream quiz. This is one of the ones I did and had a little bit of fun with. I don't know, for a lot of ice cream comes from New England. So one of the questions in the ice cream quiz was, which one of these statements about ice cream companies is not true? A, Friendly's was founded in Springfield, Mass. B, Ben & Jerry's was founded in Burlington, Vermont. C, Hood was founded in Charleston, Mass. Or D, Haagen-Dazs was founded in Copenhagen, Denmark. And if you go to the next slide, and for those of you, I'm actually from Western Mass, so it actually was founded in Springfield, even though the headquarters are in Wilbraham. So there's a little bit of, but it was founded in Springfield. Anyhow, the answer is D. Haagen-Dazs was not founded in Copenhagen, Denmark. It was actually founded in Brooklyn, New York by Rose and Ruben Mattis. And the name Haagen-Dazs is a tribute to Denmark for their kind treatment of the Jews during World War II. So I love this question because it appeals to just like, I love history and kind of cool, fun trivia facts. And so I thought this was a cool, fun trivia fact. Everybody's, I think New Englanders tend to be proud of where they're from. We love our ice cream, etc. And the game sense tip is, when gambling, it's important to take a break, go for a stroll, call your best friend, or go grab an ice cream cone. So, you know, almost everybody loves ice cream. This was a fun, light one to do, and we, you know, try to change things up. So that's a sampling of some of the new quizzes we're doing. We're working on some other really cool ones that we'll share with you at our next quarterly report. One really special one, I think, for RGW that we're excited about, that Amy Grabilla has been working on. So next slide. So Play My Way, as you all know, is a budgeting tool created by the Gaming Commission that is absolutely phenomenal, and I think sort of groundbreaking when it comes to responsible gambling. It's something that gets kudos from folks all over the country, and I think everybody's excited that it's expanding to MGM this coming fall. One of the things that we've heard, even from True Story, is that one of our magic moments was we had a patron at MGM actually ask, when was Play My Way, when was that tool going to be coming to Springfield? So we just wanted to give you a quick heads up here that it's coming. We're hoping to launch it around RGW if everything aligns correctly. There's a fantastic research project that's coinciding with the launch of Play My Way that's being funded by the International Center for Responsible Gambling, and Vanderlinden's really leading those efforts and collaborating with them. It'll be the first time that they're looking at both behavioral and psychological data when it comes to gambling. So much more on that later. And then we have some small committees that are working together that Mark's really kicked off, and that we're excited about. So we're going to skip over the next slide just because it was a video. And at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Tori, who is a Game Sense advisor from PPC. But one of the reasons we wanted Tori to join us today is because Tori's going to be a critical part of helping to train folks on Play My Way at MGM. He's probably the lead person of getting patrons to sign up for Play My Way at PPC. And so we just wanted to tie him into this project because he's going to be doing a lot of extra work over the next couple months, helping us to get ready for Play My Way. So Tori, if you'll do the Excellence Awards for us, that would be fantastic. And also one last thing, thank you so much, Commissioner Judstein, for being a special part of these. She always takes the time to write handwritten thank you notes, and that's really, really appreciated by the staff at the 3 casino properties. So thank you. Go ahead, Tori.
Thanks, Chelsea. So kicking off this quarter's Excellence Awards is Encore Boston Harbor, and we'll start with Jeannie Lee, of Win Rewards. Jeannie consistently goes above and beyond when helping guests with questions about their gambling. Find a Game Sense advisor. She was especially helpful in answering guest questions about our Game Sense table when we were set up in the Encore Boston Harbor promotions area. Next, we have Raymond Mendez of PAD. Recently, Raymond came across a patron getting carried away with his gambling, not thinking clearly and chasing his losses. Raymond encouraged the patron to leave the casino before emptying his bank account. Even though it wasn't his department, he used his game sense and showed care and compassion. Assistant slot manager Christine Morrow. Christine has been helpful by sending patrons in distress and in need of a Game Sense advisor over to the Game Sense Info Center. She always remains courteous and unflappable in each situation. Next, we'll be going to MGM. And at MGM, we have Janae Mays of Facilities. Janae is the epitome of work ethic. She has assisted Game Sense in numerous projects and has always done so in a timely, efficient, and friendly fashion. Whenever GameSense needs her help, she never fails to come through. Janae is a team player and has played a major role in keeping GameSense running smoothly and safely at MGM. Next, we have David Fredette, Security Officer. David understands the GameSense program and what we do. He has escorted many guests over to the GameSense Info Center in a discreet and caring manner. He always takes time out of his day to interact with the GSAs and ensure that we have everything we need. He's always willing to help and is a great asset to both GameSense and MGM. Finally, Security Supervisor Kim Schurer. Kim is one of the most inquisitive supervisors at MGM. She's always asking questions and confirming procedures with us. Kim wants to ensure the VSE program runs smoothly and that she and her staff are aware of how everything works so that together we can provide the best service possible for guests struggling with their gambling. And finally, we'll go to PPC. For PPC, we have slot attendant Michelle Blanchard. So Michelle has many responsibilities in her daily routine, but she always has time to explain the Play My Way program to the guests at PPC. She goes above and beyond by not only explaining the program, but she enrolls many guests as well. And then she'll come over to the GameSense Info Center and she alerts the GSA on duty. Next, we have Security Officer Mark Iverson. Mark's always quick to help guests at PPC. On many occasions, Mark has alerted GSAs to patrons in crisis who are showing signs of gambling-related distress. A couple of those alerts have led to GSAs helping patrons voluntarily self-exclude. These opportunities to help those individuals are made possible by Mark taking notice and taking action. And finally, at PPC, we have Racing Services Manager Lenny Calderon. Lenny has been a tremendous help to the GameSense initiative to increase the GameSense presence out at trackside during the 2021 harness racing season at PPC. GameSense had many asks of Lenny and PPC, and he delivered on everything, including allowing an additional GameSense banner, a full-page GameSense ad in the daily live racing, and monthly gaming tabling events, just to name a few. I'd like to thank all 9 of these winners for what they do and how they represent GameSense. And next, I'd like to turn it over to the Massachusetts Council on Gaming and Health's Director of Marketing Communications, Phil Sherwood.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I've been asked to give a little bit of a spotlight on a couple areas with communications, and the first being live chat. So what is live chat and what can we do with it? Live chat is an online customer service software that allows people to chat online, and it comes with other web analytics as well. And it's not too different from many of the chat features you might have seen if you're shopping online and you see that little chat bubble in the corner and a prompt comes up and welcomes you to engage with them if you have a question or concern. This isn't much different at all. In fact, it's very much the same. And we have it currently on the GameSense MA website and the Mass Council website. And, simply put, it allows people to communicate with the GSA or other council staff in real time. And increasingly what we're finding, people prefer to speak or obtain information through means other than traditional phone, face-to-face, or email. And all one needs is a laptop, smartphone, desktop computer, or tablet to do it. Again, it's not any different than what we might do at home. So the process of us looking into this was really just kind of seeing around the corner, understanding where people want to get information. And we were looking at this before the pandemic. We weren't thinking pandemic, but we had it up and running for part of the pandemic, and we were thankful for that. We started to look a little more than a year and a half ago, and we heard through the grapevine that actually GameSense at BCLC had made a switch to a similar online platform. And we ended up actually going with the same platform as them. And the reason wasn't necessarily was the same. We did check out other platforms, but this really fit the mold. And frankly, I was hoping to steal a page from their playbook, right? Because they got a head start. They were about to activate it, and a chance to get some best practice tips from them because we do such similar work. Well, it turns out, and I think we're pretty proud of it, we got ours up and running actually before them, and the pandemic had a lot to play with that on their side. So live chat has been up and running 24/7 on both the websites, GameSense and the Mass Council, since March 29th, since around the the last few days of PGAM. It hasn't been offline for a minute between then and now. And so why is this effective? Well, it meets people where they're at. Increasingly, they're online. And it's really easy to use from both ends, both from the GSA or staff member that's answering the chats, but it's easy for the user who's engaging with it. There's a really cool built-in knowledge base that we've put in there. So any information that the GameSense advisor or others might want, for example, tips on how to keep a budget or the rules of the game, or quite frankly, where our local GSA meeting is. These are the type of questions people have. It's Gamblers Anonymous meeting rather. It's right at their fingertips. It also allows us to figure out where people are coming from, how they're finding us, the types of questions that they're asking. That's all trackable, and we'll be producing reports on that. They're also rating the interactions with us. So it's an opportunity for us to have quality control and learn and better train folks. So I will admit, there are many features with this live chat software that I won't go into that we'll eventually be utilizing. And it's a bad analogy, but I'm going to use it anyway because I like it. We've kind of had training wheels on the live chat program because it's new to us. The GSAs have a lot of important work to do on the floor. We wanted to make sure that people were trained up and we identified any pitfalls beforehand. But it has been working. We have been using it. We have been getting traffic. And in fact, we've had about 100 chats. 70% or so came from the GameSense website. The rest came from the Mass Council. That's not surprising, actually, because we've been marketing the GameSense website more aggressively. And just, the outcomes speak for itself. We've provided general information about gambling, rules of the game from all over the country. We've given family support. Within the first 2 weeks, it actually generated 4 VSEs. Just very, very helpful for us to have as a tool. And we think it's going to continue to be a tool in the future. Next slide, Mark. Wonderful. As has been consistent over the past quarters, this previous quarter, we produced about 180 GameSense branded graphics and videos with copy. And we've done this with coordination of Austin at the Mass Gaming Commission. And our role at the council is to support the marketing objectives of GameSense and social media. And our main focus has been to raise brand awareness for GameSense, inform the public on player health in a positive and friendly manner, promote positive play, encourage better decision-making, and of course, provide referrals and support to those that need it. We have made some improvements over the last quarter. Our social media digital work, it's become much more GSA-centric and focused. We got out there and were able to get some updated pictures and photos of them doing their jobs, interacting. They actually produced some of the ideas that we're using that are the most popular online. And what this has allowed us to do is humanize the GameSense advisors, the work that we do, and also it's helped kind of refresh the social media pages. Because let's face it, there aren't that many responsible gambling messages and themes, and so we're repeating them in different ways, and being able to use the GSAs like this has allowed us to be creative and give it a fresh look. Next slide. Actually, that's one you can skip. That's a video that we opted to take out. Great. Some may have seen this. We just wanted to highlight a wonderful article ran in the Connecticut Mirror. If you haven't seen it, hopefully an email goes around with the link, but it elevated how important RG and GameSense is. It demonstrated how GSAs make a difference day in and day out here in Massachusetts. And it basically pointed out how the Commonwealth continues to be a national leader when it comes to responsible gambling and problem gambling. And on the surface, this article was about how the state of Connecticut is looking to expand gambling, and there wasn't necessarily an RG component to that at the time of the article. And so this reporter said, hey, Massachusetts is a leader. Let me go talk to folks out there. GameSense actually is in Connecticut, but it's within the lottery, not in the casinos. And so he spent a day with 2 of our GSAs, Amy Gabrilla and Aisha Shambly. They did a great job. It featured the both of them, and I would encourage folks to look at that. And, as an aside, this is something that the Mass Council and the GSAs take seriously. The opportunity to advocate using the press is important. And about 8 to 9 GSAs have received a media training, a spokesperson training. All of them are good on their feet, talking to patrons face to face. It's a little bit different when a reporter has a notepad or there's a TV camera in your face. But it's a really, when it comes to driving public awareness, we all recognize that media is an important means to do that. And we've trained them up to do that. And we look forward to coordinating with the Mass Gaming Commission for future opportunities to share these success stories and the importance of RG and GameSense. And next slide. I've been asked to talk a little bit about geofencing. It's a small little pilot communications campaign that the Mass Council ran. Geofencing allows one to draw a virtual fence in a geographic area or boundary. You know, you could use the state, zip, town, neighborhood, and now you can do a single address. The technology isn't at all different than the technology, say, that DraftKings uses in New Hampshire to determine whether you're actually in the geographic area of New Hampshire to place a bet. They know where your phone is based on GPS. Well, you can actually do clever and specific marketing to people based on their geographic location. So what we did is we ran a couple small ads for individuals who entered one of the 3 casinos in Massachusetts. And what we did is we were advertising the live chat that we just spoke about, inviting them to ask questions through that app or through that platform if they wanted to, but also elevating VSEs. And so when you think about the demographics that you would love to drive up the name recognition for VSEs, it's those who enter the dwelling of one of the 3 casinos in Massachusetts. I didn't have very high expectations for this particular campaign. It worked really well. However, you know, this is a technology that even some ad firms until recently didn't necessarily have access to. They had to go to a third party. The Mass Council has it in-house now. And it's been helpful. It's helped drive awareness. It's done it at a very low cost. And most importantly, it's generated real conversations with GSAs through live chat. And I think this is where Chelsea takes over again.
Thanks so much, Phil. So just wanted to take just a minute or two to talk about community outreach. The exciting thing is people are looking forward to having us in again and meeting with their their agencies and their associations. And so some of the presentations that we did in this past quarter were to the Greater Springfield Senior Services, the Asian Task Force Against Domestic Violence, the Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts TRIO program, the Asian American Civic Association. We've done a lot of work with them, a variety of veterans associations in Bedford and Boston, and Braintree Elder Affairs. We also continue to do tabling events for the Asian and elder population. So what's pretty cool is that you can see the reach of these, and getting out into the community when we can, is important, and it brings GameSense out beyond the casino environment into the community. So we've had these are targeted events in the sense that we try to work with populations that we know are more vulnerable, and they're met with really good success. So we'll probably continue to do that, probably around at the same pace, because our first priority is obviously inside the casinos, at the centers and on the casino floors. Next slide. This is really, I actually think, pretty impressive. We conducted 8 designated agent trainings in the last quarter, which means we had refreshers with a variety of gaming agents, 24 gaming agents at the commission. And we also trained 44 community-based providers. And I think what's really impressive, and Odessa and her group should take great pleasure in this, is that we're really trying to diversify our reach. And she was able to get VSE designated agents who speak not just English, but also Vietnamese, Spanish, and Mandarin. So again, continuing to sort of diversify our portfolio in terms of being able to meet people where they're at. Telephone recovery support, also, we've had really great success with that this year. We had a 77% contact rate from Jody Neely, who's part of the Mass Council staff. She's a person in long-term recovery, and when folks that are through the VSE request telephone recovery support, Jody basically meets with them over the phone, up to 10 times to talk about where they're at, make sure they're doing okay, or do they want to go to the local GA group? Do they want to meet with a clinician? And she maintains and keeps very up-to-date lists on all of that. So really remarkable efforts there. And then lastly, our own outreach team, the folks that are doing these presentations in the community, I just want to give a shout out to them. They speak 4 languages as well. And in addition to English, we speak Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. We have a person who's a veteran. We actually have 2 veterans on our staff, but one who does outreach efforts. We have Jody, who's a person in long-term recovery. We also have other staff that do outreach that have family members who have been affected by gambling disorders. And then our staff is actually pretty diverse. I mean, we are male, female, we are GLBTQI, we are all different ages. And so our ability to go out and try and connect with all different types of communities is, I think, very impressive. With that said, the next slide. So we were able to hire 2, we did have to, unfortunately, lay off some staff back during the pandemic, and we're able to hire 2 of the 6 staff back, 2 new of the 6 that we lost. And when we went out to hire for new GSAs, we put a special emphasis on and diversity and speaking multiple languages. So really excited about our 2 newest GameSense advisors. One is Vivian Yu. She was a manager in Asian marketing for 16 years at Mohegan Sun. She also worked 2 years in Saipan at the Imperial Pacific Resorts Casino in their HR department. She is fluent both speaking and writing in Mandarin, Chinese, Mandarin, Cantonese, and other Chinese dialects. She has hit the ground running at EBH, and she's a phenomenal asset to our team there. And then Ellen Lewis, some of you might recognize her. She actually was a gaming agent for a little while, but sort of missed the, I guess, being on the casino floor, if you will. So she actually worked for 27 years at Foxwoods and at very high levels in the casino. She was a casino shift manager, a pit manager, a floor supervisor, very, very seasoned, and just loves the interaction. And I think that's probably part of why our numbers at MGM in regards to the raffles and the educational activities are starting to spike upwards, is she's infused some welcome energy. She's also knows a little bit of Spanish. So, being out in Springfield and having additional Spanish speakers on that staff is great. She's not necessarily going to come and do a presentation in Spanish, but she knows enough to make somebody feel welcome. So we're thrilled to welcome them, and we will invite them to a future meeting so that you have an opportunity to say hello in person. And then the final slide is lots of stuff coming up that we're excited about, including RGW in September and Play My Way coming to MGM. But what's really, really cool is Boston has been selected as the city for the National Council on Problem Gambling Conference next summer. So we're really, really thrilled to help host that and welcome them, and hope that we know that the Gaming Commission will be a big part of that as well, and looking forward to all the players to come there and showcasing our beautiful city. With that said, all of us would be happy to answer any questions you have, and we really appreciate and thank you for your time today and your patience with our technical difficulties.
Thank you, Chelsea. If we could take down, that's great. Thank you so much. Commissioners, extensive report today. Do you have particular questions for Chelsea, Tori, or Bill? Commissioner Zuniga.
I do. Thank you, Chelsea, Tori, Phil, for that very thorough report. There's great things going on, and I would just like to chat a little bit about a couple of those. First, I really like the live chat that you started to implement. I know it's the beginning of it for you, but I wonder if already or eventually you will be able to, let's say, service a customer by who may not necessarily be at the casino, but you may have coverage in another property from another GameSense advisor. I'm particularly thinking of, the fact that we have at EBH 24/7 coverage versus the other places that you're not. Are you able to use efficiencies in that way, or is it fair to say that you will be able to do that?
Absolutely. I'll let Phil take it, but we did actually get from live chat, we actually got 4 VSCs already. So it's going to be, I think, a program that will grow. One of the things Phil didn't talk about that much, but he has the ability in some ways to help to control the traffic that's coming into chat. And so, as he said, we sort of have had our training wheels on because we want to make sure that we're prepped and that we can be responsive in a timely manner and that our staff feels comfortable. And I think we're at a place where the training wheels are starting to come off and everybody's really excited about it. But Phil, why don't you answer that in more depth?
Sure. The answer is yes, absolutely. If a chat comes in anywhere in the country and it's 3 a.m., a GSA at Encore gets it, right? Most times, however, there are multiple agents on live chat. They might be walking around the floor of the casino and they have a phone on them and they can access it that way, or they're at a computer. We don't want to take them off the floor. But what the nice thing about live chat too is that it can funnel. We know the type of question that they're asking. They sort of can indicate when they initiate the chat, I'm interested in VSE, it's general information. And so we funnel those conversations to the most appropriate person. If someone's looking to enroll in a VSE, I'm not the best person. There are often, and we have that set up in the system, so the customer or the individual is more likely to get the person that they want to chat to and that has the answer to the information.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I really look forward to more updates on that, and I know that that will eventually start to show in the number of interactions that you track and those trends. I can speak from experience that I've been a reluctant adopter of the live chat feature on customer services, but I think it's really the way that everybody's moving into, and you get eventually to what the question that you want answered, and I think that's a tremendous customer service feature. Just another thing that I had sort of written down. Do we communicate or actually let me just go back to the live chat. Can we also connect from our website? I suppose we can talk Mark or Elaine to have a link so that if people visit our website, they could probably also connect to live chat. I hope that we're able to do that at some point. I wanted to just go back to the recognition that you had on your earlier slides. Do we communicate that back to the properties? Do the properties recognize themselves with other employees so that
yes,
that has a virtuous effect? Can you speak to that, Chelsea?
Sure. So I coordinated some of this with Commissioner Judstein as well as the senior GSAs, but typically what happens is Chairwoman Judstein writes handwritten thank you notes. They get sent to the GameSense centers. We package that up with a couple of nice little GameSense gifts and includes a gift certificate, as well as the GameSense newsletter that gets produced for the Gaming Commission. So they get individual property specific newsletters. And so if you're at PPC, the PPC award winners get announced in that. We actually laminate those newsletters, put that into a nice package. At PPC and MGM, usually they're presented at like an employee recognition day, which they do pretty frequently. So it's like not less than monthly. And at EBH, we coordinated that. I believe it's through HR at EBH, but so it's a nice, it actually means a lot to the staff, and we try to make a big deal out of it because it is a big deal and it's important to us. And most importantly, it's important to the program. So,
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
And Commissioner Zuniga, Teresa had me, always directed me to reach out to each of the property managers. So Chris, then Brian would also be notified of the individual award.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
I've
Really
noticed in the presentation today just how diverse of positions are at each of the property. And it just, I think, speaks to the fact that responsible gaming should run up and down the ranks at each of the properties and spread regardless of what your position is, whether you're directly on the gaming floor or not. It's important that this is what an RG culture is about at the casinos.
Well said. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Commissioner Cameron, Commissioner O'Brien, do you have a question? Yes, Commissioner Cameron.
I don't have a question, Madam Chair, but I do have a couple of comments. First of all, I love these presentations because we all know about the programs, but to hear about how effectively they're working is really another thing altogether. So really important that you update us. I love the live chat feature. Unlike Commissioner Zuniga, I am not afraid to use it because I always have questions. So I'm really happy you're providing that service. Love the quiz with the tips. I think if you just provide a fact sheet with all the tips, it may not, people might not read it as frequently, but when you have a quiz like that and then one great tip at the bottom, I just love the idea. So I think that's really effective. I found myself, what answers do I know in reading it to prepare for this meeting today? So congratulations on the conference. That is a big deal. I think Phil said that we are looked at as national leaders. I would actually argue that we are international leaders in this space. So I think that'll be terrific for the city and for the commission and the council. And the awards, I also thought that was an important piece. It is so important to people to be recognized for their work and to hear that, their bosses are also advised. And Madam Chair, great job giving individual letters. So I just thought this was such an uplifting presentation today. And I just want to thank you all for the work you do on behalf of the Commonwealth. This is such important work. So thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner O'Brien?
No, I agree with what my fellow commissioners have said. I particularly did like the discussion about the live chat and the geofencing. I find that fascinating in terms of using technology to reach out to people in ways that you might not have thought of even, a year ago in terms of trying to get people in and listen. So it's great work. I love hearing about the people too at the licensees who are sort of helping with the cause. I think that's great. And I think it's great they get acknowledged. So I thank you for your time too. It's a lot to put it together and to come talk to us about it, but we appreciate it.
Excellent presentation, Chelsea, Phil, Tori. Thank you so much for all that you contributed today. I think we're all set. Just a really thorough, engaged presentation. Thank you for the work every day that you do. So, thank you. All right, Director Vanderlinden, you have another segment of your the agenda. I know that we had anticipated a break a little bit earlier today. I'm wondering if we should perhaps have Mark go ahead with this piece and then maybe take a slightly longer break than what was anticipated. Does that sound good, commissioners? Karen? Okay, I see nods. All right, then. Is it still good morning? Good morning still, Mark and Marie-Claire. Thank you.
Good. Well, thank you. Just to make sure that we're hitting both research and responsible gaming, we wanted to just give you just provide an update on where we are with our research agenda, and provide just a glimpse about what fiscal year 2022 looks like. Again, just as I did in the earlier presentation, let's draw it back to statute. Chapter 23K, Section 71 directs the Gaming Commission to administer a research agenda. It's incredibly broad. I won't go into great detail, but largely it's to examine the social and economic impacts of expanded gaming in the Commonwealth. The research agenda is informed by or advised by the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee. So the discussion about our fiscal year 22 research agenda. Please note that that was presented to the GPAC, and we welcomed feedback on our plan moving forward. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the Commonwealth, that Massachusetts has the most aggressive research program as it relates to gambling in the country. I think that's pretty well documented. And I think that you'll see that just through both in terms of what we've done over the past 6 months, but also where we're going, it's incredibly diverse. We truly do want to know what are the social and economic effects of expanded gaming in the Commonwealth. And probably as we're kind of this gaming research agenda matures, we're spending more and more time talking about, so what? So what does it mean that we're understanding what the effects are and what the specific findings are? So what? Where do we go with it, and who needs to know about this? And I'm thrilled that we have Marie-Claire Fleury-Peugeot join our team to help us kind of turn the corner on the research agenda, so that we really can pay a lot more attention to the so what. Marie-Claire has been instrumental, and I do not say that lightly, in terms of getting our contracts out, the day-to-day work of administering this program with a large number of contractors that we have. She's been instrumental in beginning this translation work, both in terms we're looking at translating the work that's been done for the gaming cohort, MAGIC, Massachusetts Gaming Impact Cohort, as well as the sports wagering white paper. So growing our team even by just this one person has been a really great, I think a great asset for the Gaming Commission and our ability to carry out the research agenda. Accompanying the PowerPoint that I will pull up here in just a second was a research update. That research update highlighted the work that's been done in the past 6 months. Again, I won't go into any detail with that. I hope you've had a chance to look at that, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. The PowerPoint today will really focus on kind of what's ahead of us. What is the research agenda in 2022 that was informed by the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee? Please, it's grounded in that advice. It's grounded in the work that's been done to date to assure that it carries forward, and it's grounded in Section 71 that and all of the elements of the research agenda that we're required to carry out. So with that, I will go ahead and share my screen once again. Okay, I assume you can see that. And here we go. Marie-Claire and I will tag team on this. I will kick it off. There is actually a slight change to this versus what was in your packet. We realized that we had omitted the Responsible Gaming Evaluation Project, so I just I inserted that into the slide deck. These are the 4 main categories of research that the Gaming Commission oversees: responsible gaming evaluation, social and economic research, public safety, and community engaged. The first piece that I'll talk about are the 2 new projects that we have under RG evaluation. The first is GameSense evaluation. So embedded in the research agenda for fiscal year 2022 is an evaluation of the GameSense program. You may recall that we had an initial evaluation of the program that looked at the program from its inception through, I think it was through 2017. We want to pick that back up. This is, as you saw, the GameSense program is incredibly robust. How do we ensure that we have a GameSense program that is as effective and efficient as possible? How do we ensure that it continues to pay attention to the evolving body of research that supports and promotes positive play? we're excited to launch this. This will likely be in the second half of this fiscal year, and it will continue into fiscal year 23. And we would hope to have our final report in fiscal year 23. The other piece is Play My Way. As you know, Play My Way will launch at MGM in September. We are really fortunate. The International Center for Responsible Gaming and through Carleton University, specifically Dr. Michael Wall, has agreed to fund an evaluation of Play My Way. So we've been working really closely with Dr. Wall and his team, as well as with MGM to build this evaluation and assure that it's rolled out effectively. Next, I will turn it over to Marie Claire to talk about our social and economic research and the projects that we have planned for fiscal year 22. Marie Claire.
Thank you. So the next category of research is the social and economic research. So as a reminder, this area of research has been conducted by a team from UMass Amherst since 2013. That's the Sigma team. And they analyze the economic, social, and health effects of expanded gaming across the Commonwealth. And this year we have 6 projects happening in this area of research, one of it being ongoing from last fiscal year. So the first one, the first study is one that started last fiscal year, and it will produce a casino operations report that will focus on 2 main components. So the first one will be looking at the diversity and inclusion efforts of the 3 casinos. So for that, they'll be using new employee survey data. So this data will allow to estimate the effects of new casino employees on the local labor force, measure new jobs creations, and analyze whether and how casino jobs improve the livelihood of local employees through wages and opportunities for career advancement, as well as training. The second area of focus for this report will be investigating the economic impacts that the COVID pandemic had on Massachusetts casinos. So we'll be particularly looking at the effects of the pandemic on revenue streams during shutdowns and reopenings.
And if I could just add to the first bullet point there, a lot of data has been collected by Jill, Director Griffin, as well as Crystal Howard, looking at casino workforce. We've spent quite a lot of time over the last year or so really looking at how we can merge our data collection and create this one report that would represent work from both divisions. So we're excited to have that kind of merged into one report moving forward. Marie Claire, I'll turn it back over to you.
So the next project will be conducting a general population follow-up survey. So if you remember, there was a general population baseline survey done prior to the opening of casinos in Massachusetts, so 2013, 2014. And this survey will be a follow-up to that survey. They're aiming for around 8,000 participants. And the report from this work will provide information about the changes in problem and at-risk gambling, attitudes about gambling, gambling behavior, and other social indicators. The next study, which is similar to the general population survey, there was also a baseline online panel survey that was done prior to the opening of casinos. And this online panel survey will be a follow-up to that survey. And they're aiming for around 3,000 participants. And compared to the general population survey, this study recruits a larger number of people with gambling problems that could have been obtained from a general population survey. The findings from this study will provide information about the negative impacts of gambling on prevention awareness and treatment-seeking behavior. And both the online panel and the general population follow-up studies are both aimed to launch in September. The next study is the first of its kind at Encore. It's conducting a survey with patrons, estimating around 1,000 participants, and it will look at where patrons come from and how much they spend at the casino. So this study will provide an important component of the social and economic impact of the introduction of casino gambling in Massachusetts. The next study, the Sigma team will be switching from quantitative to qualitative work for this. They'll be conducting key informant interviews and focus groups with community members to gather information about the impacts on the introduction of casino gambling in Everett. And this information will be complementary to the findings obtained from the population surveys. The plan is to start with key informant interviews in the fall and then have focus groups in the spring. And lastly, there will be a social report of which the topic will be determined in September in consultation with the commission. And
Great.
back to Mark for public safety research.
Great. Okay, talking, as you well know, our public safety research is carried out by Christopher Bruce. Christopher has been with us basically since our very first baseline examining public safety issues at Plain Ridge Park Casino several years ago. Christopher will continue to do the sort of monitoring of public safety impacts, focusing this year on Encore and MGM. But in addition, there are two additional reports that are unique that I'll cover here briefly. First is a comprehensive report on drunk driving, looking at the association or relationship between drunk driving and casino operations in the state. For this, he largely uses a database that examines last drink location and tries to connect to see if there's a connection to casinos. The second is a casino-specific crime report, and this is unique. It's taking a look at all three casinos and public safety impacts and comparing it to similar size facilities, both casino and non-casino, regionally and nationally. And then, just as I mentioned, he will produce a 2-year Encore report as well as a 3-year report for MGM, similar to what we already have produced and is available in the research library. And finally, I'll just turn it back over to Marie Claire to talk about our community engaged research.
So the objective of community engaged research is to more deeply understand and address the impact of the introduction of casino gambling in the communities. The specific research topics or questions are developed by community through a community participatory process. And this fiscal year, there'll be 4 projects, 2 of them being new projects and 2 are wrapping up from the last year. So the first one is an ongoing study that is led by JSI Research and Training Institute and is aiming to understand the different ways in which casino gambling influences the life context of Hispanic Latino residents in the greater Springfield area. And specifically, the study is exploring the relationship between community stressors, such as crime and poverty, and the role of hope in coping with daily stressors and how it relates to gambling behavior. This study is wrapping up and we're anticipating to have the report launched in the fall. The other ongoing project is Asian Care Study, which is a community engaged research partnership that is committed to addressing problem gambling among Asian ethnic communities through research, community education, and culturally relevant service provision. The overall objectives for this study are to inform the development of tools and resources to support tailored education, treatment referral, and other harm reduction efforts among at-risk Asian American populations. So this study is also wrapping up, and we're also hoping to have the report launched in the fall. The next study is led by NORC at the University of Chicago, and will aim to understand the perspectives of individuals living in the Everett community on the personal and socioeconomic impacts of casino gambling. For this, NORC will be using a community-based participatory approach in which they will work in collaboration with local community members throughout the project. So from the study design, implementation to dissemination. And part of this study will also be looking at how COVID-19 and the other associated casino closures have impacted community members. And lastly, another project is exploring the impacts of MGM Casino in Springfield and housing issues from Latinx perspective. And this study is led by Neighbor to Neighbor, which is a community action organization headquartered in Springfield. And we'll be looking at the relation between the presence of MGM Casino in Springfield and housing issues, such as structural conditions, evictions, displacement, vacant lots, building, affordability, homelessness, and all of this from the perspective of Latinx residents. This is also a new project, so the report won't be ready until next year.
And if I could just add, I think that this is a really great complement to the real estate report that the Donahue Institute does through the SIGMA to examine real estate impacts in and around Springfield as it relates to the opening of a casino. So this dives deeper. And I think, to me, the community engaged research is exactly that purpose. It's to recognize that we have an amazing research agenda, and it doesn't necessarily tell the whole picture, that we really need to dive deeper in specific areas, look at alternative research methodology, and really engage the community to move towards a better understanding of casino impacts in the state. Thank you, Marie Claire.
Thank you.
So that wraps up for that presentation. Thank you. And we're happy to take any questions you may have.
I'll start with Commissioner O'Brien. Do you have any comments or questions that you'd like to present?
I don't. No. I appreciate the overview. We talked about it a little bit earlier in a meeting that I had with Mark. So I don't have any questions at this time.
All set. Okay, excellent. Commissioner Cameron.
No questions either. Excellent report, important research. Look forward to some of the findings.
Great. Commissioner Zuniga.
Yes, similarly, it's a great summary, Mark and Mary Claire. Just a couple of comments. I'm remembering the first procurement we did for the evaluation of the GameSense program. And as we prepare for the next evaluation, that the efforts start with how we draft that procurement, that solicitation, that RFP. We learned, a couple of important lessons from that first evaluation. We're in a much better place relative to, for example, our logic model, which has been documented a lot more than the first time around. If it needs to be updated because our practices and policy and protocols have been tweaked a little bit, now would be the time to do it. I think one thing that I think we need to emphasize on this next time around is that this evaluation will be towards an eye towards improving the program, something that I think was not quite emphasized appropriately for perhaps the first time around. But great work overall. I look forward to the findings as well. As you mentioned, Mark, the community engaged research is a great complement to all of the other research, not just what's going on in any particular property or any one of the reports, like the real estate report, as you mentioned. And I think that's a great piece as well. And a reminder to, as we get the best and latest research to forward to our GPAC and GRAC members, I know there are some who are always very appreciative and have in the past mentioned that and appreciated that, and offer a briefing or a presentation like this, which I know is helpful for us, is helpful for the public, and it must be also helpful for the GPAC.
That's a really good point. And so see Director Griffin and Director Vanderland, if you could coordinate with Chair Mainzer Cohen on distributing that ahead of perhaps our meeting, the GPAC and the subcommittees is till later on, but sending it out, if you could coordinate with Meg, that would be great. She'll appreciate that. Excellent point. I just had a couple of comments too. This is just really exciting. I love this. I love the breadth. I love the overall recognition of the importance of diversity. That reflects, of course, the Gaming Commission's commitment. I do want to reiterate that intentionality, not only on the topics, but also when we have a broad research project that on its face doesn't look necessarily like it's addressing issues around diversity and inclusion, that we still use that lens to make sure that we're really intentional about, whether there could be any disproportionate negative impact on people of color or communities of color. So, and I know that you have that on your mind, Mark, and just want to reiterate that. A question with respect to Sigma's research team, to look back at the impact of COVID. I think, Marie-Claire, I heard you mentioning revenue, the impact on the revenue streams. Is it going to solely be on revenue streams, or would they also be able to look to the extent data is available, et cetera, at workforce? I know that the commission as a whole, all of us have been quite interested in advocating for women during that period, but also it might be interesting to know the ultimate impact of the workforce, and particularly with respect to women at that time.
Yeah, so that will be a large casino operations report that will look at diversity and inclusion, including the workforce. And in addition to that, there'll be a section on COVID, but it was initially going to be 2 reports that are now merged into one, but it will have a portion on workforce. That's
yeah, so I understand that the portion of workforce, but that's of the 3 casinos. Will it be the impact of COVID on workforce issues?
Yes.
Okay, good, thanks. Excellent, thank you.
There's several components to taking a look at the effect of COVID. Certainly, casino revenues is closely examined, but we also take a look at workforce impact too.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding Marie-Claire. So when we look at the bullet on to explore diversity and inclusion efforts of the 3 casinos in Massachusetts, I wasn't reading that solely during the period of the COVID period. Is it confined to just that period?
No, I think it's the intention, and as Director Griffin may add on, we've worked closely with Jill and Crystal to merge their work into this report. So overall, it will examine diversity of the casino workforce, but it will also take a look at it in the context of the overall operations of casinos. And we can't deny the impact of COVID during that time. And so I think that you have a specific question about the disproportionate impact of COVID on women within the workforce. I can take that question back to the research team and get their thoughts on that. But I do know that it does examine the overall impacts on workforce as it relates overall, but specifically to COVID.
Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Cameron, I suspect that you probably join me in thinking that would be an interesting piece of research to learn. I agree. Okay, yeah, I see Commissioner. Commissioner O'Brien, you want to elaborate?
No,
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, so yeah, if to the extent that they can glean any more detail on that, that would be great.
May I, Marie Claire touched on the ad hoc report. We've, for the last couple of years, built in a kind of a placeholder for a report or a study on a social issue that emerges over the course of the year. And I'm interested in, and perhaps this is I think this is consulting with the Gaming Commission, with our commissioners, but also with the GPAC and perhaps others too, to identify what is the specific focus of that report. I love the idea that we can be agile like that and kind of respond to emerging issues and have a placeholder that can dive deep into that specific issue. But I wonder if you have thoughts about or direction on how we go about identifying that specific topic.
Commissioner Zuniga, are you leaning in?
Well, I don't have. Well, my thought is that we continue to think about it and consult it with, especially our GRAC members, who are typically really insightful, and some of their other reviewers, the Research Review Committee members, who might also be, in a position to help us out in that realm.
Great. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea to reserve space, bandwidth, resources to be nimble, to address the things that pop up. Absolutely.
The report that's coming out this fall that was sort of our ad hoc report from last fiscal year is the Prevention Paradox report, looking at gambling-related harm from the prevention paradox, meaning that there's a lot of gambling-related harm that's spread across the population, not just coming directly from those with gambling disorders. An examination of that harm and the individuals that are subclinical who are experiencing that harm. I think it has great potential to inform both our prevention efforts, but also intervention efforts.
Well, commissioners, I think that today's report from Mark and team and the GameSense folks does provide further evidence and support for Commissioner Cameron's earlier remark, where we not only are national leaders, but absolutely international leaders. So kudos to you, Mark, and Marie Claire and the entire team and GameSense folks. Any further questions before we think about a bit of a break? Somehow I figured. Okay, so Marianne always does such a great job with our timing, but we did really enjoy some real nice, thorough reports and celebrations today. So we're a bit off on our timing. I have now 12:23. What if we did?
I think it's time for a lunch break. Given
12:50. I was thinking lunch break, 12:50. This like 10 of 1, or do we want to go all the way to 1, or do we want to do earlier, Commissioner O'Brien?
So 30 minutes is what? Yeah, I mean, maybe 12:55 or 1 o'clock. That gives a half an hour for people to take a break and get lunch.
And get lunch.
We have left.
Check your emails or whatever. Why don't we just reconvene on the hour, 1 o'clock? Does that make sense? And
yes.
We can absolutely adjust to that. We have some really interesting reports coming out of Director Griffin's office and our division, and we'll be primed for them with a good break. All righty. So at this point, we'll take a break. This meeting will reconvene at 1 p.m. Austin, is there anything else we need to provide for you for our streaming service today?
Nope, all set. I'll just put up a resume shortly graphic.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. Excellent, excellent work. Thank you. We'll be back at 1. Austin, are we set to?
Yep, we're all set for whenever.
Okay, thank you. I see my colleagues are all here. We're all set then, Austin. Thank you. We are reconvening public meeting number 349. It's just 1 p.m., July 15th. And this meeting is being recorded and streamed live on our website at massgaming.com. I'll do a roll call to confirm our attendance. Commissioner Cameron.
I am here.
Great, thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
I am here.
Great, and Commissioner Zuniga.
Here.
Okay, so all four of us are here, and we left off at the conclusion of item number 5 on the agenda. So we're turning now to agenda item number 6, Diversity and Legislative Affairs Director Jill Griffin. Good afternoon.
Karen is going to kick us off.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm actually very excited for this agenda item. As you know, the MGC has a long-standing history of commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And at the direction of the chair, recently we have a renewed focus on these issues through the Equity and Inclusion Working Group. And that group has actually been a lot of fun and really interesting, and we've done a lot of good work in there. And a couple of the items in the group statement of purpose have focused on our own employee and vendor diversity. So I first want to thank Jill Griffin, Derek Lennon, Tripti Banda, and Todd Grossman, for their work on these issues, and particularly for Jill for putting the memo together for the package. She's taken the lead on here. Jill's going to discuss some of the current initiatives we have for enhancing employee and vendor diversity, and go over some numbers. Derek can help out with understanding some of the procurement numbers. We're also evaluating our procurement practices across the board at the Gaming Commission. That's one of the projects that we're have underway. General Counsel Grossman is involved in that, and focus on diversity is part of that analysis. So you'll see, our progress on employee diversity, but you're also going to see how the pandemic and closing our offices had an impact on our vendor spend. So, very, very interesting data, a lot of information there, and also a lot of effort to make contacts and engage with others and learn best practices and try to enhance our abilities in this area. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Jill to give you a little bit of a summary, and then we'll go from there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Karen, for that great intro. So the Commission's renewed focus on diversity. I know many of you are aware of these efforts, but I thought it would be worth highlighting. They include the following. The Commission's HR department works closely with managers to ensure that job descriptions truly reflect the position requirements. And this serves to broaden the pool of qualified candidates. The Commission staff has developed partnerships with diverse affinity groups and organizations, also to increase the diversity of the applicant pool, get the word out about some of our positions to folks who may not even be aware of the Commission. The Commission has activated career services accounts with public colleges and universities and other diverse institutions like Cambridge College in order to post positions for their alumni. And staff has also implemented, or I should say the Commission has also implemented diverse group interview panels. And this serves to decrease hiring biases and help assess candidates in a more thorough manner. So you'll see that the diversity has increased year over year by 8% since FY19, with 25% of the staff reporting
reporting from different ethnic and racial groups that would be considered diverse. And I haven't posted the memo, and if that's helpful, I can certainly do so. At this time, I'll pause and either take questions about the hiring or pass it on to Derek Lennon, who is going to highlight the procurement section. What would you prefer, Chair?
Perhaps maybe we'll pause. Commissioners, do you want to ask Jill any questions now, or do you want to wait for the whole report? Well,
I think we can wait. Thank you.
Okay, we'll wait till we'll hold on our questions. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Derek.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you, Jill and Karen. It's always a pleasure to be here reporting about our diversity spend efforts. In your packet on page 5, you see the normal presentation we would be giving, which is our diversity benchmarks, which are set by the Supplier Diversity Office, which is a newly created executive branch agency now. It used to be a division within Operational Service Division, and now they are their own agency. So as I will report here, we've always disagreed with our discretionary budget with them, but we still report on the numbers that they give us as targets. In our discretionary budget, you'll see $6.592 million included in that. So the way they get that is take a look at the 3-year average spend of object classes they think are discretionary, which are places where they will find that there are diverse vendors, and they'll exclude things like utilities, grants, areas like that. It's very hard to find a diverse vendor. But 3.3 million of that spend for us goes to our legal costs, as well as our central monitoring system. So if you took 3.3 out of that, our goals actually turn into double. So the benchmarks they're setting are about double the actual benchmarks. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be striving for those. That doesn't mean it's an excuse for not doing it. We did those procurements. We didn't get any diverse vendors for those, so I understand their point of view. But it makes it that much harder to meet those goals on our end. So another thing that's adding to why our numbers are low right now is because we just have not been in the office. A large portion of our diverse and women-owned spend has to do with office supplies. It has to do with utensils. It has to do with printer cartridges, printer replacements. It has to do with the one-off software procurements through a company called SHI. We haven't had a lot of that going on because we have been remote. So you'll see our drop in those areas in both FY20 when we first left the office, and then in FY21. But one area we really have to focus on is our women-owned spend. We've never met those benchmarks, women-owned businesses. We have to really focus on veteran-owned businesses. We have been part of a lot of roundtables, and Jill has listed a lot of the groups that she has gained access to for us, including just recently the Boston Chambers Pacesetters group. We are most likely going to join that. If I had the approval right now to do it, I would have paid the fee at the meeting yesterday, but we still have to run that through Karen and the team to make sure that's all right. We have contracted with VeraCloud, a team that helps bring in diverse vendors to our procurements, bring in subcontracted consultants to our vendors. Jill and Crystal are bringing us vendors on a regular basis that we'll just, right now, Agnes is signing one of them up to become a state vendor. They are doing business with the casinos. We're signing them up to become a state vendor, and we're gonna start buying some stuff from them too. So we understand how this looks. It looks horrible to be frank. The percentages that we have out there compared to our goals, and we're not happy with it. And we expect you not to be happy with it either and hold us accountable to it. I had Agnes run me a query to see what we could possibly spend through the next accounts payable period. And even if we spent out all of the balance on our encumbrances with minority owned and women owned businesses and veteran owned businesses, for the women owned, we might get close to 50% of our target. For minority owned, we might get a little closer to 60% if we spent the total amount. And on the veterans owned side, we could double our spend. So maybe get close to 18 or 20% because there's 15,000 open on that. So, I'm not even going to be able to sit here and say, well, if all of our contracts spend out, we'll be in a great place. I just want to give you full clarity. That's going to be a huge push for us this year. It's going to be a big focus on the finance side on the vendor spend. But we do face those uphill challenges of 3.3 million of our discretionary budget is right out the door. So our discretionary targets turned into 16 and 28% spend.
Karen or Jill?
So I wonder, and now might be a good time, Todd, to talk about the procurement review and some of the changes that we're thinking would improve diversity in our procurement or RFPs.
Sure, I can try to talk about that. I didn't have anything prepared. We are looking at the process that's used for all of our procurements, and there's obviously a well-established system within the Commonwealth that guides us at present, and it's a sound system to be certain. One of the things most relevant to this discussion that we've looked at and is reflected in the memo Jill referenced earlier is to ensure that diversity is one of the core elements that's focused on and given weight on a regular and routine basis at the beginning of each of the procurements. So that's something that we've certainly have done over the course of the past few years, but working to really shore that up and make sure it receives the attention it deserves. So I think that's really the key component to this discussion as far as it relates to the procurement process.
Thank you, Todd.
And that is something we discussed with the Supplier Diversity Office, where they're a separate agency. The guidelines are expecting to be opened up a little bit for that, where you can put a higher score on. Right now, it's only if it's over 150,000 that the Supplier Diversity Plan even gets a percentage into the RFR, where they're saying, how do you shift it if that's, and then it's only a 10% piece of the score. So what we'd like to do is shift that up to 15, 20% on all procurements as part of the scoring criteria. That way, if you're not having a diverse partner, your score automatically starts at a 80 or 85, which is an uphill battle then to win the procurement. Those are some of the things we're discussing internally. We discussed them with the Supplier Diversity Office, and we haven't met much pushback on it. Legal's been very good to talk about that. The Supplier Diversity Office really likes that idea.
And Derek, you found that they're really open to helping out with this and giving us some good advice and giving us some suggestions on best practices and all that? Because I understand that the issues with, particularly with IGT and the legal contract, that sucks up so much of our discretionary budget that poses some challenges. So aside from those two big contracts which suck up so much of that budget, any other particular tips or tricks that they thought might be helpful to us in moving the ball forward here?
So one that came out of the pace setter group was with some procurements, even open up the field. right? So even though you may think you want one contractor, get 2 or 3. And then if they're a smaller company and you're worried about them taking on some of the bigger challenges to begin with, test it out. You know, build up the capacity, build up the expertise. Start off with not one of the core issues, but start off with a smaller project, and then you can give real feedback. You get a working relationship with the company, and you can help to grow it that way. So I think that was a really good, but that's going to change our procurement process, right? Right now, a lot of people want the one vendor. So that's going to be an education process for our procurement team, and explaining to the people going for the, trying to buy the goods and services, hey, this is why we're doing it. You have to, this is a very important initiative for the commission, and this is what we're going to do. And then hold them accountable when we start looking at the encumbrances coming in or the contracts coming in, and saying, hey, you've got 3 vendors and you're feeding everything to the same one vendor. When are we going to see some of this splitting up? So we were getting some good ideas. Now it's putting it into practice. Now it's implementing it.
Karen, could I just get a clarification? Did you just say that it was legal and something else that are such a big portion and that's presenting a problem? Did I mishear that, or is that?
Wait, you said IGT is a big contract, and that's
IGT.
IGT is around 2.5 million, and our outside counsel is anywhere between 860,000 and 1.2 million on an annual basis.
Yeah, I understand that there was a procurement done on legal services, but there's a huge opportunity to get and we're to basically create our own state contract and have multiple law firms provide services, and to really ensure that even if they're not necessarily a women-owned or minority-owned that owned business, that they have a team of lawyers who are diverse. I think I forget what the contract is, but that doesn't have to happen with respect to legal services. I understand IGT might present more challenges, or we could require them to at least, have a supply diversity through their chain. There's ways to get to some additional goals with those 2 big contracts. And then, of course, we have the research contract, which is, through a different budget. But we can do a lot there too. So those are big ticket items that we can increase some opportunities. I just don't understand. I don't know where we are with respect to the legal services. I think I know, but I wouldn't want to say on the record right now.
Yeah, and the research contract actually did get some diverse component this year for the first time, because Mark and his team hosted a group of subcontractors that are willing to work, maybe can't take over the whole contract, but are willing to work as a piece of it. So we get some of that this year. So that's, that's something we're looking forward to seeing the spend come in on and being able to report on that sub spend. And that's an area where we think that some of the vendors that Crystal and Jill are bringing to us also, we can partner up with some of our primes and say, hey, I was looking at a vendor that came in today that offers a lot of promotional items. We buy some promotional items, but GameSense buys a boatload. If we could, send this vendor their way and ask, is this obviously we can't tell a contractor who to use, but we could say, this could help out all diversity spend because we get a piece of that sub spend. If they're a good partner for you, why wouldn't you look at that?
That's right.
So, these are all the best practices that we're getting from these groups that Jill and Crystal have brought us into. So it's been very helpful. It's been a very good process. It's just seeing the results now. We'd love to see better results for you.
And we have recent partnerships that haven't yet shown results. Like, for example, with the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts, BECMA. They're very interested in sitting down with us and sharing their vendors and really learning more about our spend. And they've agreed to partner with us also about getting information out about our employment opportunities. So we're excited about that.
It's great. Really good news, Jill.
So I think, the ultimate message is there is work to be done here. I recognize, the pandemic was difficult. I recognize we've got those two big vendors and those are challenges, but that doesn't mean we give up. We need to start using some of these best practices and move forward and accomplish these goals. So that is the goal going forward is really focusing on the diversity spend, because the employment numbers, the diversity hires internally, we are hitting our benchmarks and that's going really well. And all the initiatives that HR and Jill have been doing seem to be effective. So we'd like to translate that and move now into the vendor field and move that forward. So that's the expectation going forward. And it is really helpful to have these partnerships because these other folks are really experts in this field, and they can be really helpful in some of these suggestions on how to do this and how to move forward. So that's been really good. So I don't know, any questions?
I had a question. First, I think it is, have we spoken to IGT about providing?
And I know Katrina is not, she had to jump off the call. She's not feeling well. So I know she's not on. So I don't know, Derek, if you know, but I know there had been some communication with them trying to get sort of that sub-vendor diversity spend and work on that. So I know that has been repeatedly asked. Is that correct, Derek?
Yes, that is accurate. It has been repeatedly asked. I have had numerous conversations. Agnes has had numerous conversations. Katrina has had numerous conversations. The problem being, and this is, I think this is a decision we have to make internally, and it's a decision that we've made a few times, right? If we're asking them to change their supply vendor and there's an increase in cost, are we willing to pick that up in the contract? So for our regular supplies, I've done that, right? We've absolutely said it. And we look at it as, hey, it builds the book of business, and eventually they get to the quantity, the vendors get to the quantity that allows them to become competitive with the bigger companies and the mid-sized companies. We just have to have that internal discussion if we're going to ask them to buy their routers, buy their storage capacity, buy all that, because there are huge personnel costs and huge actual system costs. Buying the systems is what that contract is mainly made up of.
But that's a bit of a trap though, Derek. It's a little bit of a common reaction, like, oh, it's going to increase costs. And so
but we've done it other places, right? So as long as we're willing to have that conversation and engage in that, I don't see it as a problem.
I think the question is that accurate though?
Oh yeah. So if
this is a huge contract for them that I would think they want to keep, and it's important that they understand this is really important to us, and they're not meeting this. If you've had these multiple conversations and there is no movement forward, I don't know how seriously they take us. So I don't know if it's just a cost issue. I just wonder if they think, okay, they talk to us, but they're not, So I just wonder if there are more consequences there. They would think a little differently, work a little harder on their end to get that done.
Exactly. Thank you, Commissioner Cameron. I think this is a really important report, and I very much appreciate our CFAO's direct assessment. We of course recognize this was an extraordinary year, but that does give us an opportunity to think ahead, right? Moving forward. And I say, you know what? We go full force with the intentionality that we've agreed to apply. And like you say, it's just best practices plus, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and we've got some good business to be had. I think what will be interesting, Commissioner Zuniga, I'm interested in your thoughts on this, but it will be interesting as we return to work in a different way, how that impacts these smaller vendors that are owned by women and minorities when they were providing sort of more traditional office services and supplies. And I suspect they're all probably feeling that pinch already and how they're going to pivot.
That's an excellent point, Chair. I think it presents a challenge but an opportunity as well. As we rethink certain things, if we have a hybrid, perhaps, model, I know we're going to, pilot it, and that means some savings. It also might represent some other expenditures in other areas. There's that opportunity for diverse vendors. I want to chime in with the same point on the prior discussion relative to the IGT contract. From time to time, and this is a very high cost vendor and a long-term contract, but from time to time there are increases, ad hoc reports that we ask for, and so there is additional expenditures. And in that context, I think, and I know Derek has had these conversations in the past, but in that context, it's also important to review, well, if we're going to do something new or something not originally in the original contract, etc. These are our terms, and that could also help. I do appreciate that. We had a very competitive procurement when we originally procured that contract. They were, hands down the most advantageous vendor for that very sophisticated central monitoring system. But I think there's, as you suggest, and Commissioner Cameron suggests, there's additional things that we could do. And that's certainly true for the legal aspects. It's when it comes to certain cases that we have pending, it's difficult to change things, but there's things that show up from time to time, and that you've spoken about these early on, Chair. That we could revise or re-examine that initial procurement or re-procure and have opportunities as well.
I'm reflecting upon the procurement we did for the independent monitor, Commissioner O'Brien, and we did prioritize diversity. And diversity can come in all kinds of ways with respect to those kinds of services, and how it was interpreted. And overall, the candidates did a really fine job on that. But it was, I think we might have even set it at 25% in that, Derek, if I recall correctly, in that procurement.
But our metric was different with that because we were including the composition of the internal team, which doesn't get us anything on this supplier diversity plan.
And I'm okay with that. And I think that's an important part of our discussion. Yeah. I think we want to get credit for our spend and for our stats. But I do think if we think about our intentionality, commitment, that, we want to see them bringing members of their team that are diverse, who are young, who see an opportunity, who will get an experience that will lead to their promotion or their next job opportunity. And I see that in the legal field. I'm perhaps more familiar with the legal services, so I see that opportunity that it comes not only in their ownership or their partnership, but that we actually say, we want to see your diverse teams too. And also I just think when we're procuring services, the more diverse the team, the better the outcomes, right? Diverse perspectives. So I did want to mention that because I do understand, you see what Derek's getting at. We don't get quote unquote credit for our spend when it's about the diversity of the team itself.
And that's one of the things we're looking at with the RFR too, to add in the team diversity. And if you remember during that RFR process, we looked at how big of a contributor those people were too. So it wasn't just that they were putting someone in there to meet that, but it was, what's the actual role? Are you truly buying into what we're trying to promote here, or are you just checking the box?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so that's something that, I think we had some good language for that RFR, and we've copied it over into a few RFRs since then. So that's
good.
very good. That's been very helpful. But this diversity spend is one that, I'm still waiting for the point where I can sit, 7 years later here in front of you and say, we've hit everything 100%. And
Right.
with all these initiatives that we've put forward, we'll get there this year.
I mean, I know it's additional work, but I don't mind a metric that actually reflects on the diversity of the team itself, even if we don't get that credit. But, it's just something to think about how we do give ourselves credit for it, right? Karen, when you think about that, that fifth action item on our equity and inclusion work on spend or spend and diversity, I'm okay if we don't always get, the state's recognition, but we give, we recognize that we're being really deliberate about who's doing the work. For instance, in research, we have researchers who are diverse so that they can provide perspectives on that. So even if they're not necessarily owning the business, right? I think, okay. But is that a lot of work? I'm just throwing out a particular, something that maybe we could loosely keep track of. Jill's smiling, but you understand my point, right? I don't want to dump on a whole lot of additional work, but it made me think about it.
I think we'll have to talk about how to best capture that. And so we'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah.
It's something we work on going forward. It's just another form that we put in as a standard requirement, right? So if this is our standard invoicing form, here's a standard monthly report, which construction contractors have to fill out for their participation. So it's not something that's hard. It's just, it'll take some time once we start doing RFRs to have everyone reporting. And if we ever do an amendment to a contract, you pop that form right in there as one of the requirements for the amended conditions. So it's something we can work with legal on as we go through this overhaul of our procuring and contracting requirements.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Cameron, thoughts?
Nothing additional. I do see, though, that the team has really been thinking about it and trying to think of new and innovative ways. So I do appreciate the effort.
Yeah, I agree. Commissioner Zuniga?
Yeah, same here, and I look forward to finding out those additional ways to report. Until you mentioned the independent monitor, Chair, that's a sizable contract. Again, maybe we're not taking credit because it's not a minority-owned business, but certainly the composition of the group is all diverse, and at least we can be noting those kinds of eventualities in the future.
Yeah, Commissioner O'Brien, any thoughts on this?
No, not beyond what's already been said by my fellow commissioners.
Yeah.
I know it's a work in progress. But.
Yeah, and you and I were on that procurement team for the monitor, and the team that we had around the table was very, very thoughtful on this piece, and it yielded nice results. So, and I know that we borrowed from existing practices, and I'm glad to hear too that it was a helpful exercise for other procurements. So, thank you. All right. What's next?
Well, allow me to introduce the 2019 impact report. And I'm going to.
Before you go ahead, I just want to make sure that, because I wasn't sure if you had anything else to add on that earlier report. No. Commissioners, you're all set, then we can go straight to the impact report. Okay, excellent. Thank you. This is exciting. Thank you so much. Both reports are.
So I'm going to say just a few words of introduction, and then I'm going to toss it over to Crystal Howard, who has really put the point on this project. So today, the Commission's Office of Workforce, Supplier, and Diversity Development presents our 2019 annual data. which demonstrates the casino industry's impact on career and business opportunities for Massachusetts residents. And this report has a particular focus on diverse populations. As you're aware, the legislative intent was to create jobs and business opportunities for Massachusetts citizens. The Impact Project illustrates the success of that economic development mandate. And in particular, the success related to the inclusion of diverse populations in those opportunities. So I would like to turn it over to Crystal Howard, Program Manager, who spearheaded this effort. Thanks, Crystal.
So as Jill stated, the 2019 Impact Report actually is our third version, and where she was saying the diversity, workforce, and business impacts are all seen within this. I think I'll note that the intention for the report was to release it around May of 2020, and we began the process back in February of that year. However, there were a few unexpected challenges in 2020 that created a little bit of a delay, but once the casinos reopened and the staff were better positioned to provide what we needed, we were able to collect, navigate, and analyze the data, which is what you see in the report today. And we want to thank the licensees for the third year in a row of getting us some information to really compile this, not just from an individual casino standpoint, which is usually what the quarterlies show, but really to give the collective perspective. It was essential really that we prepare the report and ensure that the first year where all 3 licensees were operational in Massachusetts, that was 2019, that it was memorializing the identified impacts and stating a reference of benchmarks for future comparison and analysis. And with this being our third consecutive report, I'm actually looking more forward to providing you an update of not only the highlights of the 2019 calendar year, but I'm able to show you some of the impacts over time, which we haven't been able to share in the past, and some of those trends and charts. So I'll be sharing a PowerPoint. That being said, I'm going to start with the highlights. Let me up for you. Here we go. All right, just a quick overview of what the actual report looked like this year. But for our highlights, we did see in 2019 over 9,800 people found work within the industry. 6,900 were permanent jobs at the casinos, with construction providing about 2,900. As Encore closed out its project the first half of the year, it did open at the end of June. Across those 6,000 jobs, the workforce was diverse, with 4,315 minorities, 374 veterans, and 3,200 women. On the vendor and supplier side, we had more than $64 million spent with diverse businesses, and 25 million of that was the operational contracts for business services. This is the first time we've seen those numbers in such close proximity. And in the report, you can see exactly how diverse that spend is split between construction and operations, as well as the breakout for MBE, VBE, and WBE. And then you see the spend with businesses located in Massachusetts, which was $78.3 million. The final highlight is that we were able to extract and report out this year for the first time how much of that spend was actually within the host and surrounding communities for the casinos, which came out to about $34 million, and that's actually 44% of that Massachusetts spend, which is pretty impressive. So here's the part where I get to show you a little more of what happened between the last 3 reports and how they come together and inform information over time. Just as a note, I do focus primarily on the operational component, given the first 2 impact reports have emphasized construction, and it was at its height those years. There's already also been some great construction impacts reported through Mark and his research and responsibility. So here you can see the job growth between 2017 and 2019, not just the operations jobs in general, but aligned next to those jobs specifically in Massachusetts. You can see the first 2 years, the proportion of Massachusetts employees at the casinos stayed pretty consistent around that 66, 67%. But in 2019, it jumped close to 20%. So nearly 85% of casino jobs were actually held by Massachusetts residents, not residents in nearby states. And when we look at the workforce diversity of those jobs over time, we're also seeing growth. Yes, the numbers are increasing overall, of course, but the percentage of minority individuals and women among the entire employee pool is also rising. And as I note here on the bottom, in 2019, over half of casino employees working were actually minority individuals. That was up from just 26% of the workforce in 2017. This slide emphasizes the trajectory of growth in operational spend solely with businesses in Massachusetts from 2018 to 2019. That's almost threefold. And again, I make that note about the host and surrounding community spend at 44%. So you can see just how much of that spend is right here in our host and surrounding communities. And then you're seeing the total diverse spend. That red line is the actual total combination. And the breakout lines are for MBE, VBE, and WBE. So you can see the upward trajectory of each of those in the past year. Operational spend, again, no construction spend. And as a demonstration of the real impacts we're seeing here, I was hoping to be able to introduce you to Susan Charette from Mansfield Paper Company. However, she had a competing commitment last minute. So here she is. That's the best I can do. But I'm happy to highlight Suzanne's efforts and Mansfield Paper on her behalf. Mansfield Paper is a certified VBE, a veteran-owned business. And actually, Suzanne is the one who really encouraged the owner to get certification, acknowledging the potential for opportunity and growth. And clearly she was right. We're glad she did, because soon after Plainridge Park opened, Suzanne was able to meet with their procurement team at a local vendor fair event right there in Springfield. And they got a small contract, originally just providing paper essentials for food goods. So hot cups, napkins, plates, those kind of things. Flash forward a few years, and they were able to present their successes with PPC to MGM Springfield as they opened, and they gained a contract with MGM as well. That's a huge win for a small business, but given they're not just only a mass business, a Springfield one, it was a big win for MGM as well, accounting not only for their VBE spend, but their host and surrounding community spend. Currently, Mansfield Paper is actually also now contracted with Encore Boston Harbor. So it's kind of exciting. All three licensees across the state are now using Mansfield Paper. Additionally, because they made a quick pivot during the pandemic to the provision of paper goods for cleaning and sanitation, such as paper towels, sanitizer, and other janitorial supplies, they have grown their contract with PPC, and they're in discussions regarding the potential for even more prime positioning. So it's a pretty great story. I look forward to being able to plot the bars and lines for the next year in each of these charts, as we'll have the data for all three licensees operating for a full year. That'll be another first for us in these impact reports. And as I stated before, compiling this 2019 report really is essential as a benchmark to inform those future insights. But I also wanted to highlight a really important initiative that came out of pulling this together, which Mark actually brought up earlier in his presentation. The development of this year's report in particular has aided us in realizing the need for a more collaborative effort regarding data collection across the agency, and particularly in obtaining the data requests from our licensees. So to that effort, I've been working with both Mark and Marie from our Research and Responsible Gaming team, as well as the Donahue Institute team, to make sure our data requests, our timelines, and our prescribed processes are streamlined going forward, and that we're asking for everything we need so that we can use these to not only for our impact report and for Sigma's research, but for our annual report and any other instances within the agency or our initiatives that we come up with or that use the same data. This way we'll have the same data points that we're pulling from, efficiencies, effectiveness, all of those great words. And we're actually really looking forward to doing this. I just had another conversation with Mark yesterday. With Marie on the team, it's going to be even better. She's really just getting, I'm amazed at how quick she's gotten up and running and her handle of what we're doing already. That actually concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I welcome them, but I'll stop sharing this now. Yeah.
Commissioner Cameron, sure.
Yeah, Crystal, excellent report. Actually, those numbers are tremendous. I'm wondering, I mean, you gave an example of how one vendor actually was able to do business with all three, which of course, contributed to that rise. But I'm wondering if we've done any work in not just the numbers, but the analysis of what the casinos did to improve those numbers so dramatically, because that really will be a best practice and help maybe the others do the same thing.
Well, so I think I wouldn't dig into it and call it analysis. Obviously, we're continuously monitoring their numbers quarterly, and we have discussions. I know Jill's just been in some recent discussions on what's happening and why. And often they give us whether they're holding procurement fairs, that's particular to the spend. And certainly in the past, we had those, and remember, we're talking 2019 now. So what was leading up to all of this involved a lot of that work Jill and I were doing at the time with the workforce opportunity team, the vendor advisory team, which was a very large group who got to see what these coming RFRs were. And there's work underway in how we're going to continue to move that through now that the casinos are gaining their employees back and coming back into full capacity, because spend was a challenge, not just last year, but this year. But I think it's been mentioned, we also do have a grant program that Jill and I run through our division. That is, it's the grantee is LEAF. It's they're doing business development for these small businesses who are either trying to remain contracted with the licensees or that the licensees are interested in upscaling, something like this example we were giving with Mansfield. So there are just various smaller programs, and obviously the casinos have their own initiatives and how they're going to be moving forward with making sure they're meeting their spend goals. But a lot of this has to do with them, those individual quarters, they know they have to try to get those numbers up to present to you. So we see this coming to us in an annual piece, but really it has to do with their year-round goals and initiatives and how we're supporting that. A lot of what was talked about on Derek's end in his presentation is what the conversations we have with them as well, and they have internally.
They're excellent, and I'm glad that we are providing that service to them and that they are taking advantage of it. And of course, the stick, not that we think of it as a stick, we just want to know, we want them to meet their goals, is helpful as well. So thank you. Thanks for the work. Great.
And I would say it really helps them when they're identifying their challenges. One of them we've talked about for years now, that VBE spend, it's a lack of certified vendors out there. And we've held events in the past where we have worked to try to engage a VBE or a veteran-owned business who isn't certified in understanding how it can benefit them. Mansfield Paper took advantage of that. But I think in the new initiative statewide, that may help as we go forward too. But there are just challenges in who's certified and who's available. And a lot of it is the hand-holding and making sure we can get them in front of them, like Derek mentioned, and the work Jill's been doing. So.
Other questions or comments for Crystal? Commissioner Zuniga, you all set? Commissioner O'Brien?
Well, thank you.
I have to chime in.
You're allowed to, Kathy.
Crystal, I thought this was so clear, and you presented it with such clarity, and we're lucky we now have the year to year to year. We've got the COVID year, which presents challenges, but then now with, if we're knocking on wood, things continue to ramp up in a natural way without any setbacks, you'll be able to get good data. I commend you for the presentation, really helpful. I think we should, Jill, make sure that this is also included as one of those reports for the members of GPAC. I think that they'll be very interested in this. They'll understand it's pre-COVID, and that's really good information. I also want to commend you for complimenting the licensees for their cooperation. We appreciate the fact that you had to wait a little while because to be fair to them, and then in turn they have been very helpful, and we expect that of them, but it really is a collaboration. So thank you. And then last, I like the idea, if I'm understanding correctly, that you're looking cross-departmentally, Karen and others, to see, and part of the, I assume the reg review, Commissioner Zuniga, to see where, when we're looking for data collection and reporting requirements, that we kind of hit them up once, if we're asking for the same thing. Is that what you're getting at, Crystal?
Yes, that's the goal, is to be able to understand exactly what's asked of them year round, which we began the compilation process. Like I said, I was working with Donahue as well, and Mark has his data points, and we'll be needing to meet with Enrique to make sure we get his. But yeah, we want to make sure that one data request is going out with all the information and coming in frequently enough to cover all of those, but with a streamlined point of contact, and so that they understand what the outputs are and why they're providing all of the information they're providing.
I think that's great. That's really smart, huh? Great. Well, excellent report. Thank you. All set, commissioners? All right then. Crystal, thank you. Jill, thank you. Karen, thank you. And Derek, Todd, for all your work and input on both of those reports. I think we can move on then, though, to item number 7. Karen, you're all set?
Yes, that's all set. Thank you.
Okay, Director Lilios, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello again. So the IEB would like to report to you on a civil administrative penalty that the IEB issued on May 11th. It was issued regarding Fratelli, which is a restaurant within the gaming establishment at Encore. There were particular statutory and regular provisions that were violated that led to the assessment, and those provisions pertain to having employees working at the restaurant without their being under the proper registration credentials issued by the commission. Fratelli is a vendor company to Encore. It's a registered non-gaming vendor. The restaurant is located adjacent to the gaming floor. Under Section 30C and 205 CMR 134, its employees are employees at the gaming establishment, and they are required to be registered as service employees. The IEB communicated in writing with the restaurant on a number of occasions, starting at the beginning of 2020, reminding the company of the registration requirements and that actions up to and including fines could be incurred. It was not a routine letter. It was sent because the IEB staff on both the gaming agent side and GEU had identified concerns, had raised concerns verbally with restaurant management at the time, and there was engagement at the time by the then head of the licensing division as well. The IEB later issued a formal written notice of noncompliance in February of this year after identifying an individual working in a restaurant security role at the establishment with no credentials. About a month later, in March of this year, the IEB determined that another employee had been working at the restaurant for a period of months, I think like 18 months. So 23K expressly sets out that ensuring public confidence in the integrity of the licensing process and in strict oversight of the gaming establishment is the paramount objective of the gaming law. So it was incumbent on the IEB to pay attention to these registration requirements. Ultimately, a fine was issued to Fratelli in the amount of $5,000. The amount was an agreed upon amount agreed upon with the company, with a couple additional conditions. A condition that the restaurant maintain a logbook indicating each shift and who was coming in on site each shift, and also retaining someone to be responsible for seeing that the staff are properly registered. The company has been complying with those requirements since this fine issue. The $5,000 amount reflects a number of things. It reflects that it has been a serious violation, not a de minimis matter. Although this is a civil penalty, 23K does criminalize both actions by the employer and actions by the individual of working at a gaming establishment without being properly credentialed. Of course, these are not criminal penalties, but the criminal penalties allow for amounts up to $10,000 as well as a period of incarceration. So the $5,000 was intended to reflect a serious violation and a potential risk to the integrity of the licensing process. It takes into account that the location of this establishment adjacent to the gaming floor and the particular risks of that location. Takes into account that the burden to register as a service employee is a low burden. It's a pretty straightforward application process. We also considered that it was not a one-time matter. They were repeated and over a period of time and continued despite prior notifications. There were mitigating matters that were considered as well. And I worked with the representative of the company, attorney William Ferrulo, who is on the call now. And the company, through Mr. Ferrulo, has taken this extremely seriously, and he was extremely responsive to this matter. And we had very fruitful discussions about this. And in fact, I mentioned that one of the requirements is that the company have someone available who can oversee this process and ensure that their employees on site are registered. And although the company does intend to retain someone with that responsibility, in these past months, it has been Attorney Ferrulo who has been taking on this responsibility. The matter also considers that although the operators of this property are experienced restaurant operators and experienced as well in facilities that are overseen by, ABCC, they have alcohol licenses as well. They don't have any prior experience in the highly regulated casino environment, and this is a unique environment. It recognizes that the registration process was previously unfamiliar to them and unfamiliar to restaurant management, who are the folks that are doing the direct hires and the direct scheduling for the facility, for the amenity itself. Also reflects that the individuals that the IEB had identified as being uncredentialed all did eventually get registered. And this was not a situation where the individuals or the company were intentionally evading the process in order to try to get, folks lacking in integrity on site. And, I do want to mention, the continued compliance with the logbook and with the process moving forward. I should also mention that Encore has assisted in the review of this. They assisted the IEB by providing documents that facilitated our fact-finding on this. And I have a high degree of confidence that moving forward, this aspect of the vendor, the restaurant's operation is going to get the attention that we would expect. So I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you might have. I thought it was important to bring this matter to your attention.
Commissioner Cameron?
Yes, thank you for that very thorough report and really all the factors that went into this civil penalty. I guess, and I'm glad that the attorney is on board here to listen and understand how important this is. Although they don't have experience with this regulated industry, you did send 2 previous letters before a penalty was assessed. So those obviously were not enough. So I think the fine is totally appropriate, and appreciate the work done by everybody on this, and the fact that you do anticipate full cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Zuniga, Commissioner O'Brien? Commissioner O'Brien?
Just one question. Is there, in the course of this time period, was it one individual who should have been responsible for starting this process of registration within the restaurant, or multiples? Did they have cycling through of that position? Like, can you talk about that a little?
There really hadn't been a designated individual ensuring that folks were registered, and that may have been some of the problem. Ownership may have thought that the manager was doing it. The manager may have been confused about the requirements that Encore had for badging purposes as compared to what the MGC has for, registration purposes. That was why initially the licensing division, as I mentioned, under the prior chief, had made himself available, and we've certainly have made ourselves available in this round again for education purposes to clear up, any misunderstandings that might have been. I can't quite get in the head and understand exactly, why it continued to happen. Obviously, the fact that we ended up with the civil administrative penalty meant that the explanations that were given still indicated that it was warranted. I think we've got the attention of the vendor now, and they are committed to putting somebody in charge of, making sure that folks are registered. I am empathetic to some of the challenges. The ownership has a number of restaurants in the area. With the other restaurants, they operate in a different way. If they're shorthanded at one property, they may pull somebody from another property. So that will require some foresight on their part moving forward. We've already talked about, well, maybe you want to get a handful of people registered who are not regular employees, and you can draw from that pool of people when you're shorthanded.
Right.
So some of these details, I am empathetic to it, and there has been some problem solving attention of the company through the attorney, as I mentioned earlier. So I don't know, does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if it was what it seems to be, a situation where there wasn't on the radar versus it was on the radar, assigned to someone, and just due to the high turnover nature that's just inherent in that kind of industry too, that it was falling cracks.
Yeah,
but it sounds like more an educational that needed to happen, and you're saying you're confident now, given this and given the penalty, that they understand that this needs to be something that's addressed.
Yeah, my takeaway was that it really had not been prioritized, and now it is.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Seneca? All set?
No, all set. Thank you for the thorough report. I think that's very helpful and a good outcome as far as I'm concerned.
Director Lilios, when was the first letter written?
The first letter was in January of 2020.
When was the second letter?
The second letter was about a year later in February of 2021. And of course, you know, between those periods, there is the on-site communication, you know, before the January 2020 letter, as I mentioned, you know, communication with the management, on-site management from IEB staff on site, and same between the, you know, in that interim year, between the first formal written letter in 2020.
Can you tell me how it was detected? Is that something that our licensing staff detected, or is it something or someone else detected?
You know, I think it was the on-site staff initially who they are trained to you know, look for credentials on folks, and you know, they were
and who's on-site staff? Just so
the
I know
gaming agents and GEU.
Thank you. That's what I'm looking at Director B, and I just am wondering. So it was our GEU and gaming agents who look for credentials.
That's right.
And so once that began to happen, and it was recurring, and there wasn't cooperation with the vendor, or I mean, I guess I'm wondering about the timeline, Director Lilios. I understand that, you know, we're lucky there was no integrity breach or anything, but if it's an ongoing problem for you know, a long time, and we let it go on, I just wonder if we look back, would we have done anything different to maybe have? I understand that the report was thorough. I understand that there was, you know, probably very proper to give to assess this penalty. But is there anything that we would go back and say that we might have acted more swiftly so that the problem would have been solved, you know, addressed earlier? I just wonder about the timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that the problem in that interim year was a rampant problem. You know, certainly we had eyes and ears on the property, and you know, we're identifying registered employees as well. You know, I guess that a do-over always involves you know, more communication, right? I mean, sitting down, you know, I think efforts were made initially with the making sure through the licensing division that the property understood, and directing them to explanations of, you know, we had significant outreach when the property opened. You know, I you know, maybe a repeat of that would have been in order. But, you know, on the other hand, I do think that the communication had been clear on an ongoing basis. I don't feel like during that year-long period we had rampant abuse, but it had occurred, and it occurred again, and it occurred again. And as I mentioned, the particular location of that amenity poses special risks, and you know, that's part of why we continue to have a close eye on it, and you know, hold the registrant to a high standard.
Thank you, Commissioner Zuniga.
And perhaps I should note that was a year which included 4 months of the casino closure.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Even though on a face value it's long and it's repeated, I don't want to take anything away from it.
Yeah.
There was a lot of turnover that you also articulated, Loretta.
Yeah.
That you know.
It's always that factor. Absolutely. Yeah.
Context.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for the thorough report.
Thanks.
And Director Van, I see you're here. You're all set?
I'm fine if you guys are fine.
You're fine. You're fine. Good. All right, all set then. Thank you, Director Lilios. moving on then to item number 8. Chief Delaney, there you are.
In person. Well,
Good
sort of.
afternoon, kind of, right?
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So today I have Jill Griffin is here with me, and Crystal Howard and Mary Thurlow. What you have before you today is a request from Holyoke Community College to repurpose some of the community mitigation funds that they had received previously. So essentially what the ask is, there was some money that was set aside for scholarships at the gaming school at MGM. Since the pandemic started, the gaming school has been closed, and as of today, MGM doesn't have any particular need for additional dealers. So right now, the plans on whether or not to reopen or when to reopen the gaming school are somewhat in flux. So Holyoke Community College is asking that those monies be reallocated towards culinary training, which of course is one of those things that our licensees have said they've had difficulty getting. And with that basic description of it, I'll turn it over to Crystal, who did most of this work here, to give a little bit more detail on the request. And then Jill and Crystal and I are here for any questions if we can answer them. Crystal?
Thank you, Joe. So I think actually Joe covered a lot of the details. The request is for $16,183, which was requested to be rolled over last year from the previous grant and was anticipated to be used for the gaming school scholarships at MCC TI. The pandemic saw that the gaming school did not reopen. However, the interesting challenge for this year was that it remains closed. And in conversations that MGM has had with HCC, they do not anticipate at this time reopening the gaming school or running dealer courses. So they are requesting, HCC is requesting to repurpose that $16,183 to be rolled over into our next grant year, as we're now comparing the budgets from last year and getting ready for the approved programming for this coming grant year. They want to reallocate it toward culinary training, which was approved for this grant year, but they think they could do even more if they roll this over into that. I would say that not only does the proposal align with the stated workforce needs of MGM, as Joe stated, but it does also continue to ensure that the funding is utilized specifically for workforce training. And actually, I have a quote from Kermit here because I think he explains that point pretty well to explain how they run these programs. So the purpose is still to provide education and training, but the mechanism is different. Instead of scholarships for gaming, the funding would be used for cost of instruction for line cook. Rather than a per participant tuition cost at MCCTI, it's a per cohort class cost. So in the case of the gaming school, there was a fixed per person tuition, which some participants paid out of pocket. In terms of line cook training, the cohorts are grant funded for eligible participants. So all in all, what he's saying there is the training program will still allow students access to the program at no cost. A scholarship just wouldn't be needed. And I just reiterate that we do support the request and the reallocation of this funding. And as Joe stated, we just have to bring it in front of you and see what you guys are thinking and present for your approval the total dollar amount.
Yeah, we had to bring this in front of the commission because it exceeds the $10,000 that we have established in our guidelines.
Yeah, I see that we didn't secure a vote here, but I have no problem moving forward with a vote. You need that today. Commissioners, you agree? Yeah. So do you have any questions on this? The memo was very clear and your presentation very helpful. Yeah. Commissioner O'Brien, do you want to help us on a motion maybe?
There's some draft language in the memo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, remember, I just got a sort of a office who moved everything.
I'm happy to make that motion.
Okay, Commissioner Zuniga, please go right ahead. I wasn't sure.
Thank you. That just happened to be in the exact place. Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the Holyoke Community College's request to reallocate funding originally specified for scholarships at MCCTI's Dealer School to the culinary programming at Holyoke Community College in the amount of $16,183 as presented in the packet and discussed here today.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. No further questions. Okay, Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
I vote yes. Vivian. 4-0. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Crystal. Great work. Thank you, Joe. Great work. All right.
That concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on then to item number 9. I want to thank Commissioner O'Brien for taking the lead on this issue, and with the help of Carrie Carisi, we have an update. Oh, I see Commissioner Zuniga.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just mention that I will not be participating in this matter. I had a conversation with Attorney Grossman about this aspect, and would like to leave the meeting at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, but we still have we have 3.
Yeah, you do. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So Commissioner Zuniga, you're not going to participate, but I know that we haven't concluded our meeting. You'll be revisiting back at the end of, because I have one commissioner update and there may be more.
I certainly can. I will mute and stop the video though.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Here we are. You shifted on me, Commissioner O'Brien. So sorry.
I wanted to go first to myself. So when we last discussed this, we had come to an agreement, a consensus that we wanted to memorialize our understanding and interpretation of how the new Law Enforcement and Peace Officer Training Commission interplayed with the 23K and our obligations. And so Carrie drafted a letter, and I took a look at it, made some minor changes that just made a quick summary of, our interpretation of its applicability to this commission. I believe Carrie disseminated it out for comment. So it's really, if there's substantive issues that want to be discussed here today in terms of just trying to make sure we can send that off to the commission.
I thought the letter was well done. And it says exactly what we needed to say. It's short, it's to the point. I like the fact that we started with a congratulations. That's always nice. And I would appreciate receiving a letter like this if I'm with a new commission, so people clearly understand what the new law, their interpretation is. So thank you for taking the lead, and I have no issues with the letter as is.
And I feel exactly the same way. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie, for your work with Commissioner O'Brien. Thanks. I know it took some good research, kind of an interesting project, but I feel like we've been thorough and wanted to make sure, if they come back and say otherwise, we're okay. We'll figure that step out next, right?
Right.
So,
right.
But I think I agree with Commissioner Cameron that they'll appreciate that we've been trying to be thoughtful here. So thank you. I guess we just have a consensus. Did you anticipate that being signed by?
I believe it was drafted for all of us to sign.
So we should have it be for the 3 of us then. Yeah.
We need to remove Commissioner Zuniga from.
And then the minutes will reflect Commissioner Zuniga's recusal.
Right.
Okay. And then there were 3. So it's like a Girl Scout promise, right? Okay. So I don't think we need a formal vote, but thank you. So Commissioner Zuniga can come back. I don't know if somebody can.
I think he can still hear the meeting, right? Or he just muted. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Commissioner Zuniga, you should be all set. Thank you. Thank you for that. And Carrie. Wait, Carrie, is this a new background?
It is. My library.
Congratulations. It's
Thank you.
really beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was in the works, and there we have it.
Yep,
Yeah, wow.
done.
It looks like you're going to have quite the collection.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Then we are moving on to commissioner updates. Number 10. I have one. Does anybody else have a commissioner update? Commissioner Cameron, no. Commissioner Cameron will chime in too, but just to help Director Griffin and General Counsel Grossman out, they met with a legislative staff about the horse racing bill and the upcoming deadline of July 31st. And apparently the team that met with Todd and Jill thought it would be helpful, noted that our earlier letter that we sent in support of the earlier bill was part of the record, but the staff suggested that we update our letter with the new bill's ID number and send it to certain members of the legislature as, you know, a reminder, and to also just a reminder of our support for this effort. Jill, is that fair? Okay, and good.
Yes, good
Yes.
summary.
Yes. So I went ahead and just said, Jill and Todd, if you go ahead and redraft the letter and then just have it ready for Jamie to put our signatures in with your authorization, if you allow. So that sounds like a good idea. No problem. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Is there any other update? And that just came in this morning, so that's why we added it. Anything else, Commissioner Cameron?
Nothing else at all.
Okay. Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Zuniga.
Just a very brief update. I'm participating in the virtual conference of the National Council on Problem Gambling taking place. Some of it took place today, unfortunately, but that's okay. Taking place yesterday and next week. And there's great discussions. And of course, there's also a lot of interest in the fact that it's coming in person after a hiatus of 2 years to Boston, as the people, as our GameSense update highlighted, and everybody's looking forward to that part as well.
Great for Boston. Commissioner O'Brien, do you have anything?
I do not.
Family update?
No, I wish the bus was working for summer camp. That's about my only update.
We feel your pain. We really do. Okay, then if we're all set, it's it's after 2. This was a long meeting, but it's a very, very well prepared meeting on part of the staff. Karen, team did a great work. A+. So we thank you. And it was just a really nice way to kick off today with respect to Detective Captain Connors. So he's on to good stuff ahead.
Yes, he sure is.
Yeah. Okay, Karen, are you all set?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, then commissioners.
Then I move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Second.
Great. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
I vote yes. Vivian, thank you for everything you're doing. 4-0. Thank you so much.
Aye.
Bye-bye.